and 2. Okay, cool. Those are going, I think. Yep. There's 1 and 2. Perfect. Wonderful. Okay. So what are we doing today? Today is a testing day. I finished writing the 2 recipes I was working on last week. Well, I finished writing 3. The shrimp, garlic, the 1-pan garlic butter shrimp pasta. Mouthful. I wrote and submitted, and that one's done. So we're not testing that. We've tested that enough, and that one is good and finished, and I'm happy with it. I have 2 that I think are good and finished, roughly. Good and finished does not mean roughly is the wrong word there. I have 2 that I think are 90% finished. They need to have some language tweaks in them. I'm probably missing a couple things, and I want to make sure I know the timing better, because I was trying to time them before, but like when you're writing stuff down in between things, like things get wonky. And anyway, want to like keep track of a few different metrics that I neglected the first time around. So we're going to do 2 recipe tests today. One is a cauliflower soup, white bean and cauliflower soup that gets blended. It's kind of like a puree. That has olive oil, lemon juice. Nope, sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. There it is. That one has olive oil, cauliflower, onion, salt, pepper, cannellini beans, vegetable broth, and I opted for cayenne pepper this time around. Oh, hold on. See, I looked down at this and I already have an edit. Okay. The second recipe is a quick and easy tuna pasta that is a no-cook sauce style pasta. The sauce has olive oil, lemon juice, albacore tuna, garlic, dill, and salt, and black pepper. I don't know why there's a space there. And then it has spaghetti. Spaghetti is the like pasta of choice. You could make it with whatever pasta you want, but I'm making it with spaghetti. And a mix-in of fresh parsley. So really, 2 very, very straightforward, like sub 30-minute like weeknight recipes. We're gonna test both of those, make them in full based on the recipe that I wrote, and make sure that we're on the right track. Then actually, we're gonna switch the order of things here. Because I want to make these cookies, right? I have these cookies that Gwen has been asking for probably months at this point. They are salted butter and chocolate chunk shortbread cookie. I'm going to make 4 batches of those. So that's going to be 8 cookie logs. Those need to be cooled. So I think I'm going to make the cookies first because I can make the cookies, put the logs in the fridge, cool them down, and then test these other recipes, and then make the cookies themselves at the end. I was planning on doing the recipes first, then making the cookies, and then baking some of the cookies on Thursday. But if I invert that, I could bake some of them today. Anyway, that's what we're doing today. We're making some cookies because Gwen asked for them. She has been asking gently, but directly and consistently for these cookies for quite some time. So we're doing some cookies. I'm making a bunch of extras so that I basically have cookies on hand for when people come over. Yes, I know that I have a bag of cookies in the freezer. I don't really know what all cookies are in that bag. Those are more for me and my late night snacking than they are for guests. So that's where we're at today. That's what we're doing. We're going to make these cookies first because I can rest them and actually bake some of them also today. In chat, Twinderella says, I was going to pick y'all's brain about pickling today. I have a few bags of tomatillos, those being the little green tomatoes in their nice paper that are super sticky. And I really want to pickle them, but I want to retain the crunch as much as possible because tomatillos are super firm. Is anyone here good with that stuff? I'm assuming a quick refrigerator pickle rather than a water bath situation. I've pickled maybe 2 things ever. I can't personally help with you with that because I don't know very much about pickling. I know I think like you, I would assume that the longer they soak, the softer they get. The more I would imagine also maybe the more salty they are, the softer they'll get because it might soften them up. But I don't have any advice. Does anyone have any advice around pickling? Pickling tomatoes, essentially, so that they retain firmness. I know tomatillos are not the same as tomatoes. They're different. But I'm imagining if you could pickle a tomato and keep it firm, that you could follow that process. Syphilis says calcium chloride keeps water bath pickles crunchy. Interesting. I wish I had advice for you. I've never really gotten into pickling. I love pickles. I love eating them. It's one of those things that I love eating, but I just haven't actually gotten around to making. I've pickled red onion before for salsa, but never anything more substantial than that. I have a question for y'all. I couldn't decide. Those are simple refrigerator pickles over pickled eggs. You know what? I want to love pickled eggs so much, and I feel like I haven't been able to like get on the pickled egg train. I eat them almost every time I encounter them. I eat them, and then I'm like, I still don't like these. Which hat goes better today with this shirt? The Twitch hat, the metric hat, or the brown Hey Chat hat? I think this one does, but I can't decide. I brought them all down. I think this one does because it's got like a dark color, but I don't know. I mean, I know that this one will work, and the brown is a contrast. Syphilis says, as long as you don't over-process your jars, things stay crunchy. What do you mean over-process your jars? What does that... You mean like over-clean them or over-process the stuff in them? Kim says Twitch hat. Brown metric. So we have a vote for each. Don't leave them in the bath longer than necessary. Okay. So you soak, and I'm I'm like piecing together sort of bits of the process. You're soaking stuff first before putting it in the pickling jar. You're like processing it in a liquid and then putting it in a different liquid. And what you're saying is don't leave it in the first liquid too long. That's what I'm hearing. Robbie, welcome in. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. I hope you're having a good Tuesday. Oh, the Santa hat is cute. I like the Santa hat. Let's see who hats. Okay, we're gonna do cookies first because after thinking about it, after talking through it, it makes sense to do the cookies first because then I can bake some of them today. Robbie, you're so close to 180 check-ins. You're really close. You're getting there. So first, says I cold pack everything. So you pack the jars with the cold vegetables, cover in the hot brine, and then water bath. A jar of green cherry-sized pickled tomatoes. So like whole tomatoes. Are you imagining picking? Excuse me. Are you imagining pickling the tomatillos whole, or are you slicing them? One second. I unplugged all of my cameras. Well, that was fun. Okay, just a second here. I need to like wow. Where Oh, hold on. I know what I did. I also don't have my scene thing docked. Docks. Scenes. There it is. Okay, hold on. We're gonna get there. I need to reset these cameras. Okay, there's one. I'm going to need to reset all of them. Oh wait, no, I'm not. There, that one's on. Is that one on? That one's on. Okay. Let's see what else won't work after this. You know what's really silly? I probably shouldn't have all the cameras, the microphone, the stream decks, and everything plugged into the same outlet. That I plug the mixer into. Hold on, I have to reset one more thing. Where is it? There it is. Oops, here, and then that is there. Okay. Okay, we're good. Well, not good, but funny what happens when you unplug everything. Let's see. Did that change the white balance on all these other cameras? No, it didn't. Okay. Well, the mixer's plugged in now. Let's You know what's also really silly? I used to have a rubber band that literally held that that plug on there, but it broke and I never replaced it. And when it broke, I was like, I'm gonna unplug this by accident someday. I just know it, and I just did. It was the first time that's ever happened. Okay, I'm gonna put a brand new rubber band on there just to triage. Okay, I think I'm gonna go with the black hat because it is I don't know. That's what I'm feeling today. Because when I looked down just there, I was like, that one's the one that seems to be calling me. Okay, I can double this recipe. I know this because I have done it before. Now stream is going dark mode. I have everything set in dark mode. Does anybody not use dark mode at all? Is there are there any dark mode haters? I use dark mode for every single thing I can. Like my computer, my laptop, my personal laptop is set completely on dark mode, like 100% of the time. There's no switch. Okay. Cookie stuff is ready. You prefer light mode. If you like for certain things, I think for photos, like looking at photos, it makes sense. I mean, not that the photo gets any darker. But like when I turn on, I also have the thing that makes my computer screen like completely yellow to save for like to the blue blocker stuff, and like it automatically turns off when I open my photos application, and it's always so jarring when it does. So my other half never uses dark mode, and it's blinding, and he shows me something. Yeah, Gwen doesn't use dark mode on her phone, I don't think, or if she does, I haven't noticed. But yeah, I always make fun of her when she like shows you something on her computer, and I'm like, oh my god, it's so bright. It's easier on the eyes. It is, and it's also easier to read white text on a black background. Wow, Tornillo, that's wild. You can just like opting out for that. Like being able to opt out for that is great. I kind of love that. Okay, there's a lot of butter happening today. I don't need to heat my oven yet because I'm not cooking these for another couple hours. And then none of the recipes I'm working on today are none of the recipes I'm working on today require that. I'm gonna scroll all the way back up in chat. Hold on, I want to see something. No. Okay. My brain told me that I didn't say hi to somebody that I thought had said hi in chat. And I was like, did they really? Or am I just making that up? I was making that up. It was someone else who has the same color name in chat. Anyway. Speaking of the way that brains work, what website was it? There was some website. Liz, hello. I did get a haircut. You're right. You are correct. I did, in fact, get a haircut. I got all of them cut. It's a free dad joke. You can have that one too. You know what's funny? Yesterday, Calvin came home. Calvin always gets so happy when he notices when he's the first one to notice that I got a haircut. And then yesterday he came home and he was like, "Did you get a haircut?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Yes." And he's like, "Am I the first one? Am I the first one to ask?" And I was like, "Yup." And he was like, "Yes." Now, I got a haircut before my test stream yesterday, but I had a hat on the entire time, and it was like down to here, so nobody would have known. You couldn't see any of the hair. It's a good one, Twinrella. That is like the dad joke. Darlene, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. What was I was starting to say something. I don't remember. Oh, Velos, I'm so sorry. Your local Polish restaurant that's been there for about 50 years is closing down. Why are they closing? Are the owners like finally retiring? I'm guessing that the owners are finally retiring. I hope that's the reason. I really do. I hope it's not for lack of business. Oh. Sheesh, the trash truck is coming by. Is that trash? No, that's recycling. Not like it matters. They would burn it in the same pit anyway. The owners are old and the economy is probably not helping. I make better pierogies anyway. Sometimes, but part of the joy is when the other person makes them for you. Like, I understand that. Okay. We're going to make this recipe. Let's read this recipe all the way through first. This is a recipe that I've been making for a long time. It is a long time. Since 2017. So, goddamn, 8 years at this point. They're a big pain in the butt to make. I have on my list to use that potato ricer that Kathy take me through the gate sent me, and I'm keenly aware that the pierogies do take a while to make. I feel like the dough is different than regular pasta dough. Somehow, I don't think I've ever made them before. I feel like that's the type of thing that I want to get like a pierogi shaper to do. Although my assumption is I could just use like a round biscuit cutter and like crimp them with my hands. But the thing with pierogies, kind of like tortellini, like you make them by hand, but like just like, I mean, with tortellini, I want to eat like 100 of them. The same thing with pierogies. Maybe not 100, but a large amount. Anyway, these cookies come from the first Alice and Roman cookbook, Dining In. Gwen calls in our house. If you're familiar with this author, maybe you are, maybe you're not. There was definitely some controversy around her that she created herself by being obstinate and appropriatory. I don't even know if appropriatory is the word. Anyway, among other things, Gwen and I call these the privilege cookies. So we're gonna make the privilege cookies today. True caretaker. God, I fucking love Mitch Hedberg. There was no other comedian that made quite such an act out of pure one-liners. Thank you for sharing that lovely Mitch Hedberg quote. Yeah, Velos, the carbs for sure. The carbs. I feel like 1 or 2 pierogies is like never going to be enough. There's a pierogi place in Philly that does just pierogies, and they seem to be doing just fine. There you go. I love the little clicking sound. Um, Velos, one of my friends' parents owned a restaurant, um, and like he worked there all through school. You know, he worked there when he came home in the holidays. Like he's worked there forever. Um, and he has siblings, and it was that exact scenario. You know, the owners are older, his parents are older. The kids don't want to take it over, and there was no one there who was working there who really wanted to take that on either. And that, they just got old and closed the restaurant. Um, I think it's really rare to have a place that lasts like that, that has like sort of the generational thing. Caretaker, that's amazing. A fourth generation family in a burger joint. Like, I mean, that's when you fail, you know, that's when as a parent, you're like, we better have like three or four kids because like one of them has the combination of willingness and competence. That's it. Just one of them. We need one. What makes a good pierogi location? Is it to me? It's the ability to sell them hot and like ready to go, and like a little thing with a fork, but also like that buy them in bulk and wholesale. Like I feel like you would have to have a combination of all of those things just to survive. Lemon, welcome in, hot and ready. That was my nickname in high school. Um, just kidding, it wasn't. Um, anyway, hi. Yeah, having foot traffic in the area is certainly helpful. Like high school students walking in, like there was a bagel place near my high school that did like brisk business in the morning, and it was just kids. It was like, you know, purely kids there. That like I don't know who else went there. I never saw anyone else there, even when I was there in the middle of the day. Yeah, kids always, I don't know. Villa says the kids took hold of it. It's just not the same. I know kids ruin everything. That's the message here, really. Children ruin things. True Caretaker says a pierogi place right next to a dispensary. Oh yeah, $1 billion idea, right? I there was a there's a place in Northampton, Massachusetts. Chucky, welcome in. There's a place in Northampton, Massachusetts. It's like a yarn store. And I think it was the first, might have been the second legal dispensary in Massachusetts opened up across the street from them. And through circumstance, I was in the yarn store. This was years ago. And the owner, I don't know if it was the owner, someone who was working there, I was like, hey, see, there's like a, you know, like a weed shop across the street now. And they were like, yeah, business here is booming. They were like, the overlap of people that come to the dispensary and people who like knit is like, the Venn diagram of those people is like a circle. They were like, this store, like the foot traffic to the store took off when they opened that thing. And I was like, I bet. Yeah, because like, yeah, because that makes sense to me. Lemon, I hope you had a good workout. You know, I thought that you were in chat earlier, but it was someone else that has the same color name, and I like scrolled all the way back to the beginning of chat because I thought I missed saying hi, and then I didn't, and I was like, oh, okay. So it's appropriate that you said hi now. Anyway, yeah, kids go to lunch, right? They go to the pierogi place, they go to the weed store, They come back to school. No, they shouldn't do that. They should go there after school. And only if they're over 18 and it's legal in the state. Disclaimer. Donuts in the morning, pie and sandwiches in the afternoon, Twinderella, and that all of those things appeal to me. Funded for decades by the kids going there before and during school. Right. God, it was on Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives. I love that show. I'm sorry that sometimes I feel bad about loving Guy Fieri as much as I do, but other times I don't. Kenny, welcome in. Most times I don't. Usually when I'm watching the shows, I don't feel bad. A high traffic historic area. Perfect. Hopefully that sounds good. Chucky, I'm doing great. Am I doing great? I guess I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I unplugged all my cameras for stream earlier. That was fun. Just unforced error. Just unplugged all the cameras when I went to plug in my mixer, which BT dub I still haven't used. Okay, but when I messed things up, earlier I also messed everything up, and now it didn't. Okay, hold on. Ah, damn it! Hold on. When I unplug things, it really. There we go. Okay. Sorry. It is. I had an issue that I caused myself, and then it messed up all the windows on my screen that I use. I don't know. Sorry. I was in chat because I claimed the gold star. See, I knew it, but I didn't. My brain was like, you saw the name, where's the name? But when it's a gold star thing, it doesn't come up as the color. Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying. A place near the high school caretaker says it did not cater to the kids. Terrible hours, adults only. And they failed. Shocking. People aren't going out to eat anymore. And the margin on the business didn't improve, and people don't have any more money. So opening a restaurant or a food service situation in this food service in this economy, right. A party store serving pepperoni rolls and pizzas. Yeah. I mean, why not me too? I like that. Guy is a weird dude. He is very weird. The donkey sauce is oddly good. I've never actually had any of his products. I've only ever watched the shows. My intersection with Guy Fieri is just the shows, not consuming the products. And every time I'm in New York and I see his restaurant in Times Square, I'm like, no, no, we're good. Sorry, Guy. Guy's Grocery Games, though. I would love to that. That's a show of all of the cooking competition shows. I'm gonna wash my hands before I actually try to get started here. Of all of the cooking and competition shows, that's the one that I would love to be on. I would absolutely love to be on Guy's Grocery Games. If anybody knows anybody who knows somebody who does anything with that show, call me or DM me, please. Because it has normal people on it, which is my favorite part. It's not like a chefy cooking show. They're just go into the grocery store and get a bunch of ingredients and cook with it, which is very, very much what I enjoy doing in general. Okay, let's actually read this recipe start to finish to make sure. So I haven't made this recipe in a while Caretaker says, I can see you being very successful at grocery games. I feel like the problem with that show is it's only 30 minutes and I would panic. But I wouldn't be reading chat. I would just be cooking, which I feel like I could do. Anyway, if you know anybody who knows anything about Guys Grocery Games, please let me know. I would love to be on the show. Okay, but let's read this. Let's read this recipe. Cool. I'm gonna read this recipe through, and then we can get back to talking about we can get back to talking about our favorite normal people cooking competition shows. Okay, so again, these are from the 2017 edition of Dining In by Allison Roman. Gwen and I commonly and irreverently refer to these as the privilege cookies because if you know anything about Allison Roman, maybe you've heard of news around her or whatever. Anyway, they are they're good, so Gwen likes them. They're her favorite cookie, and she's been asking for them for months, so we're gonna make them today. Line and rim baking sheet with parchment paper. We're not going to do that yet. Using an electric mixer and a medium bowl or a stand mixer fitted with the paddle attachment, beat the butter, both sugars, and vanilla on medium-high until it's super light and fluffy, 3 to 5 minutes. Using a spatula, scrape down the sides of the bowl, and with the mixer on low, slowly add the flour, followed by the chocolate chunks, and beat just to blend. That's it. Divide the dough in half, placing each half on a large piece of plastic wrap. Fold the plastic over so that it covers the dough to protect your hands from getting all sticky. Using your hands just like you're playing with clay, form the dough into a log shape. Rolling it on the counter will help you smooth it out, but don't worry about getting it totally perfect. You can also do this using parchment paper if you prefer, but I find using plastic wrap easier when it comes to shaping the log. Great. Each half should form 2 logs, 2 to 1/4 inches in diameter. Chill until totally firm, 2 hours. Each half should form 2 logs. So 4 logs per batch. I don't think I'm going to do 4 batches of this. I think I was thinking that each batch made 2 logs. I think we're just going to make a double batch because that's 8 logs worth of cookies. Each batch makes 24 cookies. It's 48 cookies. Maybe we'll do a double batch and then a single batch. Anyway, chill until totally firm, about 2 hours. Great. Okay, that's all we need to know for right now. This part is super easy. It's just cream together the butter and the sugar. Make it work. Different reality show, that reference. Anyway, let's do one batch first. We'll do one batch. One batch. Yeah, we'll do one batch and then we'll do a double. Okay. Because I think I can do a double in this bowl, but honestly, I don't remember. It's been a while. 1 cup plus 2 tablespoons, so 2 1/4 sticks, salted butter, see note. Note, if you find it tragically annoying to buy salted butter just for this recipe, you can use unsalted butter and add a 3/4 teaspoon kosher salt to the flour. I don't find it tragically annoying to buy unsalted butter. In fact, it's the only thing that I buy. Oh, wait. Salted butter, whatever. I'm using the one that she calls. 2 1/4 sticks. So I know that I'm going to make additional batches of this. So let's just divide this stick of butter into 4 quarters. Move those over to the side for now. It calls for cutting these into pieces before mixing them, which makes sense. It's a lot of butter. It is a lot of butter. I think I'm only going to use about half of it because I thought, Cyber, I thought that each batch I was going to make 4 batches of these cookies. I thought that each batch made 2 logs. It turns out that each batch makes 4 logs. So, I don't think I need as many as I thought I did. Double the butter, right? They are shortbread cookies, so they are. There's a lot of butter. There's 2 1/4 sticks of butter per batch to begin with, so they're already a bit buttery, which is fine. We like that. I don't know why I put my knife over here on the counter, because I'm like about to use it again. Well, welcome in. I see you with the Cookie Club entry. It's 180 check-ins. Amazing. This recipe also doesn't call for softening the butter, but I am aware from having made it many times that softening it helps. So we're gonna do that. We did that. I got this butter out around 10 a.m. So it's been out for 3.5 hours or so. It's soft. It was frozen, and now it's not. I was in Reading Terminal again this morning. Had a nice little morning. I got there at 8 a.m. the moment they opened the doors. So when they unlocked the door, I was standing there waiting. Which was fun. We always love that. My favorite time at Reading Terminal is a Tuesday morning, when all of the vendors are open and no one's there. What are these cookies for? These cookies are for Gwen. She has been asking for these cookies now. She's been asking me to make these for months. Literally months, and I make them regularly. They're a pretty regular. I mean, like I've been making them. The cookbook came out in 2017, and I got it when it came out, and I've been making them, regularly enough since then. And I haven't made them in a while, and she keeps asking me for them. So we're making them. Making additional batches worth so that I can just have a couple there, because you basically you form them into logs. They're shortbread cookies. You form them into logs. You cool them. You can put the logs in the freezer, and if you need cookies, you can just pull out a log, let it thaw for like an hour on the counter. Or not on the counter. Let it thaw, and you can let it thaw in the fridge for a little while. You can let it thaw on the counter for a little while, whatever. And then you just like cut a bunch of cookies off the log, and it would be nice to have some of those for just generally the season too. So when folks come over to the house or whatever, like I can have some cookies around. I need 110. This recipe is 2 things about this cookbook. One, when I lay this cookbook flat on the counter, open to this recipe, it just lays there because it's there's no like curve of the page because I've made these enough. And the other thing is that I've long ago wrote in the grams for this that I need. So I have been just weighing out this recipe for a while. I don't ever actually do any measuring with this one anymore. I mean, this is measuring, but in a measuring cup I don't. Light brown sugar. Okay. I got some new light brown sugar today because my old light brown sugar was caked, and Yeah, it was just it hadn't been used in a while. Mostly I used dark brown sugar, so it was it needed a bit of refreshing. 67 grams. So that's about a quarter cup. 65. Ooh, we almost nailed it. 66. 67. Okay. So we are beating together the butter, both sugars, and the vanilla are going in here right now. So we got butter and 2 sugars. And the vanilla is I wrote 6 grams of vanilla extract. So we'll do that. Damn, 6 grams. Look at that. 1 little splash. So 3 to 5 minutes it calls for. It says it's very precise until it's super light and fluffy. And I have made these before and they did not turn out as well. And I am aware after making them enough that the super light and fluffy note is really important. So we're going to actually set a timer for 5 minutes. Get the 0 to work. There we go. There it goes. Okay, timer's going. Medium high, it says. So medium high is going to be a 6 out of 10. Right? Why is your vanilla clear? Because it's fake. It is double strength and clear imitation vanilla. It's cheaper, far cheaper than vanilla extract. What I just peeled the price tag off of here. What does this say? This was $3.99 for 8 ounces. And several folks that I know who are bakers are like, listen, the imitation vanilla is fine. Like, if it's not the star of the show, just use imitation vanilla. It's not that different functionally, like flavor-wise, in something where it's not going to be the star. Now, if you're making a dish, here's what I would say. If you're making a baked good that has vanilla in the title, use real vanilla extract. Because that means that the vanilla is going to have like a starring role, right? If you're making something where it's not in the title and it's just like a minimal amount, it's fine. That's sort of my delineation of when I'll use the imitation versus when I'll use the good stuff. Cyber says we're vanilla opposites. You make your own with fancy beans and fancy bourbon. See, I kind of love that. I have never made my own vanilla. I have no idea what it takes to make my own vanilla. Fancy beans and fancy bourbon. If I had access to that, like, I would make that into something that was extremely vanilla forward. Like that's what like when I say you would make like a dish with vanilla in the title. If you're making like vanilla ice cream, right? Use that. If you're making a baked good that just has a teaspoon of vanilla in the whole cake, I'm on team imitation for the price. For the price point, primarily. That's my, like, for $4, I'm getting 8 ounces of this. For $20, I'm getting 3 ounces of real vanilla extract. So that's my sort of, my calculus is like, is it always worth using the real stuff? Basically just soaking vanilla beans in high proof alcohol. And you, like the alcohol doesn't come out of that. Like there's no, it's still just alcohol at the end, right? Like this is just me asking the silliest question possible. You can taste the imitation even in small quantities. I believe you. I believe you. And I'm not, it does, if you use real vanilla, it definitely, like, there is a distinct taste difference. The imitation vanilla has a bit of a chemically, it has more of a chemical-ish taste to it. Like it does. If you were to take like a little bit and try them directly, you would know there's a massive difference between the two. I think for me, it really is just, it's less about, it's more about, is the vanilla the star? And if it's not going to be the star of the dish, I personally, and this is like just a personal opinion, like I don't care as much. Mike says, I'm going to sous vide a bag of vanilla beans in aged bourbon to make some Xmas kiss. I mean, put me on your list. Put me on your list. I would use that. I would use that in something special. That's the type of thing that you would, I feel like, deserves a dish centered around it. Okay, I just scraped down the bowl because it had like a ring of stuff around the top. If you're baking it, the alcohol will evaporate. There. If you're making ice cream out of it, time to get lit. All right, let's give that one more minute on the clock. Oh, I just cleared it. That's great. There we go. 1 minute. Yeah, I love good, like I do love nice stuff like that. And again, like if I had that, I would use that for something specifically vanilla flavored, with the need for the vanilla to shine through. Whoa, Cyber. Okay. Now you're okay. Now you're speaking my language. You're a part of a bean buy group. They buy vanilla beans in bulk from the farms, distribute them. And it is more coordination and work, but like I imagine you end up with a lot more. I imagine the volume of vanilla you end up with makes it worth the effort. The vanilla bean buying collective is my one and only use for Facebook. I cannot get behind that statement any harder. That is kind of amazing. My only use for Facebook is my the school coordination, like school, getting information about school, Calvin's school specifically. So I definitely understand the like, I have to be on this. I have to participate in this pile of shit website for at least one thing. Great. Here's all of my personal information. Anyway, that's how I really feel about Facebook. Indigo, welcome in. Indigo says, I only stay on Facebook for family. See, that's not even a good enough reason for me. I left Facebook so long ago, and I remember people were upset. This was like when there was still like, I don't know, a shred of decency there. And I remember Gwen being annoyed at me because people were like, what happened? What happened? Is everything okay? And she's like, yeah, he just doesn't want to be on Facebook anymore. Because the whole like in a relationship, whatever thing that connects you, when you delete your Facebook, it like goes away. And then she got a bunch of questions when I left. I don't see a future without it, unfortunately. No, and that's valid. People stay on it for myriad reasons, and some of them good, some of them neutral, some of them bad. Whatever. There's a heavy overlap between my conservative family members and their family members who use Facebook. Right. And that, to me, I stopped using it when I realized how much time I was just like scrolling on it. Basically, anytime I realize that I'm getting sucked in to something like that and it's consuming more of my time, I just I'm out. Like I don't want any part of it anymore. And that's definitely what happened with Facebook. I was like, that, and the fact that I used to work in a job that required me to use it all the time and like make strategies for it and like be actively social. And I left that job and was like, I'm done. I'm done. I pulled hard back from everything. Like I had a Twitter account that I was very well connected to like lots of people, and I just done. I fucking unfollowed a bunch of people. I used all the tools that let you force people to unfollow you. I set the account to private. Like it still exists, but I haven't logged on for years. I didn't delete anything because I know that if you delete your account, they still have your data and then you just don't have access to it. So I still have access to it and whatever. Fella says I stopped using it years ago. Yeah. Keep an ear to the ground to what's going on with the weird side of the world, Mike. Yeah, I do that I do that in other ways. I feel you on the why you stay on it. I do that, but I do it in ways that are not Facebook. Using a spatula, scrape down the sides of the bowl with the mixture on low, slowly add the flour, followed by the chocolate chunks, and beat just to blend. Okay. 420 grams of all-purpose flour. Okay. I want to just put that into a container so I can pour that in slowly. Lemon, I love that statement. The privilege of being in my life is not a passive activity. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. And I remember leaving, and I didn't feel any I didn't feel any loss. That's how I knew it was taking up too much of my time. Because when I stopped using it, I didn't feel like I was missing anything. Because the things that I was seeing on there, I didn't actually need to know. I don't care what Jessica from my high school class does on her weekends. I don't. I don't care about Tom's family vacation. I didn't care about Tom in high school. Why do I care about him now? And that's the thing, because I think I'm 41. We grew up in that era where it was let's just connect with everybody. All the people I've ever met. It was a big thing when you were hey, well, I just met you. Are you on Facebook? And then you get a fucking friend request from somebody. And now you're just seeing their entire personal life all the time. I'm come on. I don't need that anymore. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't even text my family back. You think I want to know what you're doing on the weekend? Get out of here. 170 grams of semi or bittersweet dark chocolate, chopped but not too fine. You want chunks, not thin shards of chocolate. Well, I I don't want either one of those things. I'm just using dark chocolate chips, because every time I make these, I get annoyed that there are, I get annoyed at chopping all this chocolate, and it just like isn't, I don't know. I don't think it's necessary. Indigo, I hope you feel better. Broccoli, hello, welcome. Yeah, Indigo, I think that's a valid thing. Like, do you want or need to keep up with the people you've been acquainted with? And what I constantly think of, and I read this, I read this statement a while ago. I don't have no recollection who said it or any. I have no recollection of like where I read it, but it's stuck in my head that like we humans forever did not like the if you wanted to talk to somebody, you wrote them a letter, like a literal letter. You sent it to them, and then you waited for a reply, and you didn't know what was going on in their life. And now I can know what folks from every moment, every social scenario, every job I've ever had. I can keep in touch with the now minutia of their life. To what end? Like, why do I care? Because I don't. I don't. Like, I don't need to know. And forever, we haven't known. And that's, I think, what sits with me is that we haven't, in all of human history, the people that we knew and that were important to us were the people that were around us, like our community, the people we surrounded ourselves with physically, and then by extension and very intentional connection emotionally via like writing and intentional communication, kind of like what Lemon said. It's not a passive thing. The lives people put on socials are highly curated. You aren't actually keeping up with them for the most part, right? You're seeing how they want to be perceived. Exactly. I'm seeing like, I'm seeing Tom's vacation photos, but I'm not seeing, all of the internal struggles that he's going through, the issues at work that he's having, the struggle that he's having as a parent dealing with, children, whatever. Like, I don't see that unless he chooses to share it. And, I talk to my close community, my people I see in real life about that, and those are the conversations that I have with them. Am I really not putting salt in here? Oh, there's salt on top. That's right. Delete it from your phone. Yeah, I think deleting everything from your phone is great. A new source for memes. Well, there's see, Indigo. The thing is that you can curate, like, you can curate your feeds if you want, and just like bookmark that one feed. That's what when I go to Facebook, I click a bookmark that I have that goes to the specific like PTA page for school. It goes directly to the page. I look at the page and then I close the tab. That's it. I never, ever, ever look at the main feed anymore, because I did when I reinstated my account. I reactivate my account. It showed me the main feed. 25 minutes later, I was scrolling and I was like, I was back in, and I was like, no, I do have salted butter. You're right. And these have Malden, they have salt on top, so they don't need any more. It isn't necessary. It's just one of those things that I think of now where I'm like, I didn't add salt to this. I need salt. This needs salt. Okay. So we add the mixer on low, slowly add the flour, followed by the chocolate chunks, and beat just to blend. Okay. So again, I'm not using chunks here. I'm using chocolate chips. And we'll see how it goes. The chunks have never really been, I don't really care. I've never actually made this with chocolate chips, so we're gonna see how it goes. There's also no egg in here, which I find Like, oh, okay. I guess we don't need egg. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Yeah, I don't think if flavor wise, it's not going to be any different. The only difference will be visually. It's going to be circles instead of squares when you look at the top of it, because you roll them into a log and then you cut the log crosswise. So, it has these nice sort of flat chocolate surfaces on them, on the top and the bottom of the cookies. But I don't think it's actually going to matter. Okay, and I can definitely make a double batch in this bowl. So we'll do a double next time. All right, so I'm going to scrape this down. I'm going to add the chocolate and then beat just to blend. But I got to scrape this down because I see flour sort of floating around the edges of the bowls here. Yeah, I felt, even with having Facebook and kind of using it all the time, it didn't make me feel any closer to my friends, like to the people that I wanted to be close with. It only gave me this idea that other people, were. It was almost like competing. I mean, you have this sort of like not FOMO per se, but like it does give you the significant false impression that other people, everyone's happy and that everything is going well for everybody, which is like not true, generally speaking. For some people it is, but I've never deleted anyone's number from my phone ever. Right. The other day, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I talked about this on stream. I met up with somebody who was a friend of mine 13 plus years ago. He texted me and was like, hey, basically he was like, hey, I was looking up chicken pot pie recipes on the internet and I saw one with your name on it. Is this still your number? And I knew who it was because I hadn't deleted his number. And I was like, yeah, definitely. What are you doing? Like, how's it going? I haven't talked to you in forever. And he was like, yeah, I'm going to be in town on these dates. Like, do you want to just like link up and say hi for a little bit? And I was like, great, that would be amazing. And we did. And we sat in a coffee shop for like 2 hours and talked about life. And he's a dad now. His kid's 8. We had a really nice sort of like, hey, it's really great to see you. I'm glad that you're still alive and in the world conversation. And that was it. And like that was really wonderful. And I was happy to have that conversation with him. And we don't need to continue like following. Like I don't need to now follow him on Facebook. And he's not on Facebook either. So, it was nice. And that's the type of thing. That's the type of connection that I love sort of having, is that like, somebody in real life and you think about them and you text them and then you say hi. I'm planning a trip. I'm planning a trip and I hung out with somebody in a different city a year ago, 2 years ago, or whatever. Maybe I want to say hi to them again. Like, we don't need to continue carrying on this long form conversation in between. My friend Megan, who I've talked about on stream many times, we have like a monthly phone call. I don't like interact with her generally in between. I see her social content. Sometimes I see it. Sometimes I am not on Instagram for a week or two. Like, but we still connect on a regular basis. So I appreciate that kind of connection. Megan, hello. Welcome in. Numbers from 15 years ago. Yeah, right? Prenderella says, as soon as someone's post starts sounding like they're basically advertising their life to everyone, I unfriend them. Reasonable. Right. He used round chocolate chips. Right. Someone's gonna call me out on it, Velas, I know. Listen, if you're highly offended about my chocolate chip decisions here, I don't know what to tell you, y'all. I'm sorry. Like I don't have any. I got no answers for you. Let's put this in. Oh, it calls for plastic wrap, and I'm not sure what which of these I'm going to use and which I'm going to save. So I'm going to wrap them all up the same. I am going to use my pastry mat for this because basically I want to make these. I want to bring this dough together and have a not do that directly onto the counter. Phyllis says, I had another friend find me about 3 years before the pandemic, who we haven't seen in 15 years, met up at a state park campground. He's a red hat before they were officially red hats. Oh my God. Totally blocked and dropped him. Well, good to know then, right? I was the best man in his wedding, but he did a complete 180. You never know. You never know. People's life experiences diverge greatly. It's sad. I mean, it's sad that it's sad that sort of is the outcome. I mean, I was saying this to someone the other day yesterday, it was my hairstylist. We were talking about that. Super Scott, hello, welcome. He heard from people who used to share common morals and they're blind to having changed all of a sudden. It is, and I think I'm finding. I said to Calvin the other day, I was like, people that have these, people are a lot more nuanced than we want, and like you're going to have something in common with people. It kind of generally speaking, like, that person, fellas, if they're a parent, then I have something in common with them. And I don't know. It's hard. It's hard because there's also like a significant disconnect, and you want to be like, why, how have you gone this way? And I went that way. And like, what was the difference? And people aren't going to tell you, oh, this is the moment that I went in that direction. No, people aren't going to tell you that because they don't know. It's all of a sudden, or it's never usually a hard right. Like what radicalized me when my mom used to steal dogs out of the backyard of people who had left them outside in the winter for more than a few days without adequate food, water, or shelter. And I was a child, and she put this dog in the back seat with me after having gone into this person's backyard, taken the dog, and was like, "We're going to the shelter because this animal's being abused." And I was like, "What? We were on the way to a fucking Cub Scout meeting. What's going on here?" True story. Happened multiple times. Yeah, fellas, and pulling people out of those spins is hard too. Quilpy, hello, welcome in. Welcome in. I didn't realize, Quilpy, that you were a gingerbread beauty fan as well. There's a ginger card on my fridge. I think you mentioned it on stream the other day. I don't remember. I was lurking, but I don't remember how. I don't remember why I know that or how, but I saw your name in chat and I was just like, oh yeah, ding ding, a light bulb went off. Lemon says, I like calling that Caucasian behavior, the mom dog napping. Oh yeah. Significant privilege wrapped up in that one. Like, yeah, white lady going into someone's backyard and stealing their dog. Definitely Caucasian behavior. Holy shit. Would not recommend for a lot of other people. Not my job to pull people out of those spins. That's very true. Very, very true. Zeko, welcome in. Hi. What a way to use it, right? When you have it, use it for good, not for Karening. Using your hands. Okay, divide the dough in half, placing each half on a large piece of plastic wrap. These directions are so confusing. I really do think this just makes 2 logs. It definitely makes 2 logs. It's going to make 2 logs. I'm going to make 2 logs out of it. I don't really care. They're going to be longer than what the recipe calls for. Okay. So we've divided the dough in half. Great. I'm going to just kind of form this into logs here on my baking mat, and then I'll put it in the plastic wrap and round it out there. But we're going to try to like make it the right shape and size before wrapping it up. I'm pretty sure my mom would still do that. In fact, I know she would. She's definitely the type. My mom's a big volunteer. Volunteers a lot of her time. She teaches English. She helps run a clothing pantry. She teaches people to drive who are getting their license. And all of these are folks who are, she works primarily with people who are seeking asylum in the country. She retired and sort of didn't slow down. And welcome in. Currently, we're making some shortbread, chocolate chunk shortbread cookies. Work for free? Yeah. Well, when you're retired with a pension, it's, you know, it's a privilege. Yeah, and we're doing these chocolate chunk shortbread cookies. I'm going to do a double batch of these next, and then we're going to do some recipe testing. Yes, when your lovely job that you only had one of for literally decades had a pension, and you retired, and that pension still exists. You have a little bit of breathing room. So, you know, that would be nice. That would be nice. I remember years ago, I was explaining this to my dad, and I'm like, he's like, what do you mean people don't have savings? I was like, what do you mean savings? Like, what are savings? Like, what? What do you mean retirement fund? What is that? Like, great. Congrats. You must have been hired in the 60s or 70s. Yeah. Yeah, if you're like 50 and below, you don't have one of those. Unless you do. In which case, great. Like, congrats. Like, no shade, no shame. Enjoy. I remember having that conversation, him being like, what do you mean? What do you mean people don't have savings? I'm like, what fucking money am I saving? What am I saving? Cyber says I have so many retirement accounts with so many jobs and they all have like $300. I know. Same. I did a couple years ago. I did consolidate some of those things into like one place. Right, Indigo says I have a retirement account, but it doesn't help much above the poverty line. Yeah, exactly. Like, and this is, I guess, what I'm talking about is like the idea, the wild idea that you could work at a company job for 35, 40 years and then retire and be able to live off your retirement. Like a radical notion these days. It's not like a thing that happens now. Sarah says I'll be able to retire for a month, right? I'll take a sabbatical and then I'll just perish. Yeah, some government workers get them. Yeah. And I mean, they're still around, but it's not the norm anymore. One from the post office, one from Circle K. Wow. No, $20 for sure. Troy, the cheese school sounds fun. Is that the one? Is the cheese school the one that's on like 22nd? Where in the city is that? I know it has a physical location. I know I've seen it, and I'm trying to remember where exactly it is. $20, that's a great. Your grandpa was like, your grandpa got good on the system for sure. Yeah, fellas. See, that was great. Like that's the thing that I is so it's like that's so lovely. And again, like I said, I don't have any like there's no sort of like no shade against that. I'm very like it would be it's so rare now to even have a job that you could get that type of like that you could get like a pension or an employer contributed retirement fund that's actually valuable would be incredible. Okay. Yeah, Troy, if you see, you just got to hang on for that amount of time, right? 4 years and 9 months, you got to watch out. That's not to be doom and gloom. Okay, these are wrapped and ready. I didn't weigh these, so I didn't weigh these, but they're going to be about roughly the same. A cheese and potato chip and cheese and gummy bear. Cheese and potato chip sounds great. Somehow that reads very Philly to me. I'm wrapping these again so I can wrap them a little tighter. They're very loose, and also the ends are more open. So I'm sort of wrapping them on an angle here. Wrapping them on an angle so I can fold the plastic in over the ends here and get them all like nice and tight. And we're gonna roll these, give these like a little roll so that they're also round. I'm gonna give them a little pound so I can flatten the ends a little bit. And now we have a cookie log that's going to give me about a dozen cookies here or so. I'm going to, the whiteboard's coming down. I'm going to put that into the refrigerator and we'll do the next one. And then we'll make a double batch for the next one. And then we'll be finished with the cookies. We'll bake these a little later in stream. Again, these aren't for anything specific. They're not like holiday cookies. Yeah, $200 sacrifices were made, right? I mean, like he He clearly had a family first attitude. Your possible wedding. Oh my God. Please be smart. Please be the smart one. It sounds great, fellas. Honestly, and I think that managing money too is like, you know, you don't learn. They don't teach you that in school. Nobody, when you're in high school or like college, it would be very rare for someone to be like, to sit you down and be like, you know, hey, when you get your first job and they offer you to put money into a retirement fund from your paycheck, question one that you need to ask them is, what's the maximum amount that I can put in? And question two is, can you start that from my first paycheck? Because that was the best piece of advice that I ever got that I didn't follow. I didn't follow right away. And I really wish I had. Someone told me that, and they were like, just start contributing at the max right away, and then every time you get a raise, like bump your contribution, and then you'll never feel it coming out. It's like if you start contributing later, then you're ending up, then it ends up feeling like you're losing money because you don't have as much in your paycheck. Anyway, I'm not a financial advisor. I am not well versed in the ways of those types of things, retirements, IRAs, whatever. So like, don't, if you're like listening and you're like, hey, that sounds like great advice, you should actually talk to someone who knows anything about money and not a streamer cooking on the internet. Just, full disclaimer. Full disclaimer. Disclaimer is needed. Okay, so I just scraped down this bowl. I'm not going to wash this because this is relatively clean. I mean, it's clean enough that I can cream butter into it again. I'm really only, I'm just creaming butter into it. So it's not going to be that. It's not that complicated. I am going to take these shards and flip them into the sink though. And, okay, let's do another double batch of that, and then we'll be finished with our shortbread cookie adventure when that's done. I'm gonna put 2 1/4 sticks of butter back into the fridge because I'm not gonna make a triple batch. We're not gonna make 4 batches. Excuse me. Yeah, fellas, it's like, and that's the other thing that I think people don't always take to heart is how much closer you're so much closer to being out on the street than you are to being a millionaire / billionaire / whatever. And it's not, so it can be scary. Would we really have listened at that age? No, maybe some kids might. Indigo, you never know. Repetition. Cinderella's like, I told you fucking 6 times. Yeah, the key really is repetition. And hearing it from someone that's not their parents. I feel like that always helps too. Okay, so I need 2 4 1/2 sticks of butter in this bowl. Let me wash my hands again. I've sort of I haven't really gotten them dirty, but yeah, they do not learn things the first time. They also hear a lot. It's funny. Every once in a while, one of Calvin's friends will say something to him that is like patently false. And he'll come home and repeat it to me, and I'm like, where did you hear that? Oh, what was the last thing? I'm trying to remember the last thing he said. He came home and said, oh, I remember what it was. I remember what it was. Lemon says, my personal opinion is the government should make saving more seamless for the lifespan. Hard agree. One possible retirement account lets you take out money for life's major events like education and home purchases. So you have basically the same account for life. There's always a life stage related reason to put away money. I 100% agree. Listen, if the government took more money out of my paycheck, well, they don't take any money out of my paycheck. I don't get a paycheck. I do, but it's freelance, so they don't take any taxes out of it. Nothing comes out of it. I have to pay that all at the end of the year. Anyway, whatever. Totally. I've always said forever, that I would be more than happy paying more money out of my check for more services. Shit like that would be fine. Like, you're taking Social Security out of my paycheck. Like, if you wanted to take something else and put it in like an account in that same way, that was like, hey, that, when you're between jobs or so, like, you can only access this for whatever. I mean, like, we do have that for unemployment, but that's limited and you have to justify it. And it's not, it's like your taxes, whatever. I agree with you. And I would love that. Callie, welcome in. Master Splits, hello. Cookies topped with Philly cheesesteak. Cursed cookies. Those would be cursed cookies. I don't know about that. Oh, God, I know, right? Innovative planning. Imagine that. I just want the oceans not to be poisoned. That's how I've been, Callie. It could be a personal account, right? The government regulates how it works. And I would love that. I'm not one of these like small, I've already said too much today. But again, more, you're already taking money out of my check for other shit. Like, if I want to save some money and the government wants to like monitor that so that I have access to it at an appropriate time, quickly and easily, perfect. Not looking forward to team building. Oh my God, my literal nightmare, Callie. I feel you 100%. I hate team building activities. I hate them. My God. I remember one time my team at work did like a fucking, what was it? A sketch comedy lesson. And you had to oh God, improv. It was like with an improv group. And I was like, just fucking shoot me. I love improv. I love improv comedy, but don't you dare call me up on the stage. In Canada, if you open a retirement account, you're allowed to take money out of it for home purchases without penalty, but education accounts are separate. If the system's more integrated, I bet there would be more participation. Right. Yeah, like, I saw some stat that was like, the average age of home purchases is like first time home purchases is like in your 50s now. And it's like, yeah, great. We've come so far in society. I'm leading it too with the lead chef because the bar and kitchen staff need it. Oh man. Yeah, go into it pretending you're in an episode of The Office, including breaking the fourth wall at every opportunity. The thing that Calvin came home, fellas, it was to your point. Yes, the thing about the full-size candy bars, but there was a food drive at his school, and he came home and he was like, my friends told me that I can't give these canned pineapple because they'll go bad. And I was like, by when? By when? And he's like, well, my friends say you're not allowed to give canned fruit. And I was like, your friends are dumb. I was like, look at the bottom of the can. What's the expiration date? And he was like, 2027. And I was like, is that soon? And he was like, no. And I was like, take it back to school. And he's like, but I already carried it home. And I was like, that's your burden to bear. Your burden for not thinking about it logically and telling your friends that they're dumb is that you now carried that can all the way home and now have to carry it all the way back to school. So let this be a lesson to you. Don't listen to your friends. So we're going to double. This is a double batch. So we're doing 110 grams times 220 grams. I was like, yeah, you can't put a fresh pineapple in the food pantry box, but a can of pineapple, which by the way was on the list of things that they asked for, is perfectly acceptable. Catalina, welcome in. Found the perfect method for hard boiling eggs. Is it cracking them and putting them in an Instant Pot? What's the method? Every 10 minutes we do a trivia question and one person has to be nominated to tell us the answer. You can't look it up, and if you get it right, you get 5 minutes to leave early. Okay. Damn, I'd be studying for that. Sounds like a good deal, honestly. Yeah, ask why, Twinrella. Ask why, and if they can't tell you, it's probably a rumor. Bingo. Exactly. I've told Calvin before, if I ever say to you, if you ever ask me a question, or if you ever say to me why, and I ever say to you because I said so, you are 100% allowed to call me out on that. Because if I don't have a reason for saying no or yes or whatever the answer is that you don't want to hear, if I don't have a reason for it and I'm just saying it off the top of my head, then and it doesn't feel like rational and reasonable to you, like feel free to tell me, feel free to ask me. It's backfired. It's backfired a handful of times. I can tell you that. 134 grams of dark light brown sugar. That's 67 times 2. $130, $133, $134. Close. Oh, 133. There we go. Callie, that's a nice. Do you think people will be surprised? Would that be something they would like? So you steam them in a bowl of vinegar and salt, and they come out of the shell really easy. Does the do you do like a water bath afterward? Do you do like a quick cool down as well, or just that? I love that hard boiling eggs is a thing that is, there's so many different ways to do it. It's one of those things that's really fun to hear how people do it specifically. So 12 grams of imitation vanilla. 10, 11, 12. A cold water bath. Perfect. I understand that helps loosen the membrane from the inside of the egg. Like it forces it to shrink in and pull in. Girl Terminator, welcome in. Okay, let's set a timer here for, we'll do a 3-minute timer. And then I'm gonna scrape down the sides of the bowl, and then we'll do 2 more minutes after that. let's just kind of get this moving. While this is doing its thing, we'll measure out our flour and chocolate. Okay, so timer's going for that. So flour is 840 grams. Let's move this over here because there's no need to be carrying that all the way across the way here. And I think I'm going to end up needing an extra, a larger vessel for my flour, because this is a 4. Yeah, I'm going to need. Okay, so that's 500. I got 540 in here. I need 300 grams. Everything is shaking. Oh no. It is, I can see it. It's the camera's a little bit less stable than it used to be. So I need 300 grams in this. In this thing. 301. 300. Perfect. Okay, finish with the chocolate chunks from Hershey. You know what? I actually don't know where the chocolate's from. I got it at the Head Nut in Reading Terminal Market, and it came in a big bin. And it came in a big unmarked bin. I have no idea where it was. I put a video in recipes. Thank you for letting me know. Excellent. Okay. Measure out our chocolate. I got about 20 seconds left on that first pass. And then we're going to scrape down after that. Scrape the mixer down after that, and we'll give it 2 more minutes so that it's completely soft. I need, oh, there we go, there's the timer. So pause on that thought. Let's scrape down the bowl. Pause the mixer, scrape the bowl. So we're creaming together butter and sugar and vanilla here. And these are shortbread cookies. They're pretty small. Gwen has been asking for these for months, so I'm finally just getting around to making them. Usually when my family's like, hey, can you make this thing? It's often something that is like a dinner dish, and that is usually something that I'll do within a month of them asking. I'll make the thing that they asked for. But often I feel like sweets and cookies don't get the same priority. So finally just getting around to doing it. Because, because keeping the people that you live with happy is important. You'd be surprised. All right, scraping, just getting little bits of sugar off the top here. And I'm going to give this 2 more minutes in the mixer. So 2 minutes, lock it in.
And medium high, 2 minutes. Go. All right, counting down. Sarah, I know, right? It's shocking how much making the thing that people asked for makes them happy. You That's just what's asked if I've been to Hershey. I have been to Hershey. I've been to Hershey, Pennsylvania. Hershey, Pennsylvania is about 2 hours or so west of here. So it's definitely a day trip. It's within the distance that I would do just for the day. So measuring out 340 grams of chocolate chips here. Hershey, what did I say? 340? That was 362. Too many. We don't want this to be too chocolatey. Can't have that. 322. Very close. Yes, fellas, it is the place. Hershey, Pennsylvania has Hershey Kiss shaped streetlights. I want to say it was a company town for a while, like the Hershey Candy Company is literally there. Mainly what I've been there for is Hershey Park, the theme park there, which is actually kind of fun. I would love to take Calvin there. I haven't before. I just haven't. But he's also being honest. He's been too small to do the coasters, the roller coasters that he wants to do. He is a bit of a thrill seeker, and I've been hesitant to take him there because there's stuff that he literally just won't be able to ride. I've not been to the Hershey headquarters. I've been to the tour that they do, the Chocolate River Hershey history tour. But I've not been to anything more formal than that. I've been to the park and the tour, the fake chocolate factory tour. Fellas, you've been there? It's been, I went there as a kid. I have not been back there for a long time. I haven't been back there since I was a kid. But I pass it every once in a while. We go camping out that way occasionally. So I see this, I know it's still there. I get ads for it here in Philadelphia. I'm giving this another 2 minutes because I scraped down the sides again. And they were still a little bit crystalline, and you need it to be, you really want it to be, the sugar to be fully incorporated with this. Don't put that away. You're going to use that later. Okay. Oh my God, this chocolate stuff at the end of the tour was kind of amazing, though. I definitely agree. But you've never been to the amusement park? Wow, we've had opposite experiences. Is that what Candy Mountain is? Is it? I don't think so. I don't recall a Candy Mountain, but again, it's been a long time. No, it's really funny. I've only ever been to the park, but I do love a roller coaster. I'm at the physical point in my life where getting on a roller coaster is also makes me sore. We went on one when we went over the summer. We got on this wooden roller coaster, and I got on with Calvin, and I got off of that, and I was like, my neck hurts. My body is not meant to be jerked around like this anymore. My neck, I was like, ow. Oh, I think I sprained something back there. And I did some stretching and it was fine. But, like, you know, the experience is only going to get worse the older I get. So, that's fun. So that's fun. We love that. Okay, this is about done here. Yep. Oh, there it is. Timer just went off. So this is definitely done. The waxy American chocolate. It is that is definitely the knock on American chocolate. Is it's it's not as good. It is when you have it sort of fresh. It's fine. I've also, to be fair, I've never had like really super fresh, like good chocolate. So I'm sure the experience of that is also magnitudes better. But point taken. DJ Harley, welcome in. Hello, hello. Thank you for your resub. Thank you for your tier 3 resub. That means that you get cookies every month. And I know that you know that. And I hope you enjoy them. And I appreciate you. Thank you. It is good to see you. 41 months. God damn. That is a long time to be listening to me talk. One of the longest times, in fact. Canadian chocolate is good. I don't think Troy, I don't disagree with you. I don't know that I've ever heard anybody say that Canadian chocolate is good. That's a new one for me. I'm not going to argue with you over it. I'm not going to like dispute that fact. I don't think I've ever heard that before though. That's fascinating. Okay, we're adding the flour, right? Flour is next. Flour. Canada has stricter regulations. Right. That makes sense. They do. That I'm aware of. Okay, I added a little too much flour, so we're just kind of give this a little like easy push. Yeah. Canada does have stricter food regulations, so I'm sure it is better. I'm not gonna like. I would not push back on the fact that it's probably tastes more chocolatey and less plasticky. Hold on, we just had a bunch of flour shoot out of there. There we go. Get back in there. Turn around the processing. How many pounds was it? You said 40 pounds? You ground up a bunch of chicken. It all took 11 hours. Bunch of chicken thighs to make my own ground chicken. Nice. Ground chicken thigh meatballs sounds phenomenal. Chicken thighs are my favorite cut of chicken. I know I've said this many times before, but meatballs are good too, especially because they're fatty. Like chicken thighs are fattier and darker meat, and they are much more tolerant of cooking time before they dry out. Dried out chicken thighs are better than chicken breasts. I will die on that hill. 110 total. I had to actually process it away and package about 80 pounds. 110 pounds. So not 40. I was slightly off. I was off by a lot. A handmade custom chocolate shop in a tiny town on rural Vancouver Island. I would eat that. Kiwi, welcome in. Hello. I wanted to buy meat for months and months. No. Well, not chicken anyway. Certainly not any chicken. 40 was just the thighs. I got 40 pounds of thighs too. Not chicken though. All right. Almost done with the flour mixing. And then we're going to throw the chocolate chips in here, and then we're going to dump all of this out, and it will make 4 logs, not 2. Okay, let's get these. I'm gonna, before I throw the chocolate in here, I'm gonna scrape this bowl and make sure that I have all the flour from the bottom incorporated, because the worst part is when you dump the bowl out and there's unmixed flour in the bottom, which is super. But I don't think that's going to be the case here. No. I feel like I creamed the butter. I mean, I know that I creamed the butter a little longer for this batch, but I feel like it's this dough is stickier. Just checking on the bottom here. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. Let's dump this chocolate in here. We'll mix it in and then get to shaping. And I'm going to bake some of these later. And then I'm going to bake some of these later, and then I'm going to figure out something else to do on Thursday, because I was going to bake a bunch of these on Thursday, but kind of the way that I put together the stream plan today worked out that I can actually do some baking. Dan, welcome. Good to see you. Ooh, this is some thick dough. This John is straining. Okay, I think we're good. Fudge Darling, welcome in. Speaking of chicken, we got a chicken check-in. Okay, I don't need this spoon anymore. So instead of throwing it in the sink, I'll just, I guess I'll just throw it on the floor. All right, let's scrape this mat. I'm going to dump all of this out. I'm going to dump all of this out. I'm going to shape it into, basically, I'm going to cut it into quarters, and then we'll make a log out of each of those quarters. And each log is about 12 cookies. So now I said the other day, I said this yesterday, but not on this stream. I was going to take some time this week to make cookies for kids in Calvin's class. Or not kids, sorry, teachers. I don't care about the kids. Just don't, I'm sorry. Was that inconsiderate? Also don't care. I was going to make cookies for Calvin's teachers for like Christmas stuff. Hold on, I'm unplugging this. There we go, we got it, okay. But my friend, one of my friends whose kid goes to school with Calvin, posted, so she's a very good baker, cook. We talk about food regularly enough. She posted on Instagram yesterday, and we're earlier in this stream today, we were talking about like this sort of, you know, posting the good stuff and like trying to keep up and whatever. Here's a clear example of that in action in real life. So I was like, I'll just make some like sugar cookies and I'll like, you know, put them in these little bags and send them to teachers, right? She posted on Instagram these over the weekend. She and like a friend and their kids made a bunch. They made like 6 different cookies. All of them were really pretty, like, you know, really nice cookies, like very different, diverse looks, textures, all of it, and like boxed them up into this really nice like little cookie box, and with like a plastic window on the top, and they were all like lined, and it was like just perfect. It was literally perfect. Like you could have sold them in a store. And she posted them on her Instagram stories, and it was like cookies for teachers, and I was like, fuck it, like I'm not doing it then. Like I'm just not. They're getting Visa gift cards. They can buy cookies if they want. It literally it killed my energy for making cookies for Christmas for teachers. But let me also couch that with the fact that I also give the teachers cookies every month anyway, and have been doing so all year. And so I was like, I'm not competing. One, I don't want to compete with that. I don't want my little plastic bag of like 3 sugar cookies up next to this box of like beautiful cookies. And it's not a competition. It really isn't. But I was just like, I'm not going to do it. We're not making cookies this year. And then I asked Calvin, I was like, I've made cookies for your teachers in the past. Like, do you need that? Put this mixer back. Okay. I was like, do you need that? Do you care? Like, does it matter to you if I do this or not? And he was like, no. And I was like, great, then I'm not going to. Oh my God. Where I'm at, it's Tuesday, December 16th. Yeah, no, it is in fact Tuesday. I'm sorry to inform you, Indigo. It is still in fact Tuesday. It will remain Tuesday for me for at least a few more hours. You know what I could do? You know what I could do here? And maybe we're going to, because I can. You know what time it is. It's time to make 4 even logs of cookies. So the tare weight of this bowl, fuck. I know I thought I wrote it on the bottom. I did write it on the bottom, but it came off in the dishwasher. Okay, we're not going to do it then. I need to write it in permanent marker, I suppose. Okay. Well, whatever. We do need metal etchers. You know what else I could do, Lemon? I could literally write it down in my cooking notebook or anywhere else other than on the physical bowl itself. I could literally just have a list of it. Have I ever done that? No. It sucks to hate your job, Indigo. It does. It does, especially if you're like very invested in it in a like time way, and you're like responsible for things and sort of, you know, if you've got a lot riding on it, it does. It is frustrating. Sorry for airing my laundry. Listen, tis the season. I remember it was funny. I saw something on Instagram the other day where it was like it was talking about National Lampoon's Vacation, the movie, and it was like imagine creating a whole movie around the fact that like someone didn't get a holiday bonus like in 2025. Like it wouldn't even work. People would be like, "What's a bonus? What does that mean?" What do you mean the company willingly gave you extra money? That's not real. That's not how that's not how any of this works. Okay, well here's kind of roughly 4 rough quadrants worth of cookie dough. Beth, welcome in. Yeah, Fudge Darling, I could just put them in a notebook, you know, the one that I have that I reference all the time. Could do that, didn't, haven't, probably still won't. It's okay. It's okay. I want to say it was 6:27. But this is fine. again, these are not for any purpose other than like household consumption. So I need the logs to be roughly the same, but not exactly the same. That's what I generally care about. So I'm going to kind of mash down the piles here and see if they feel about the same. Maybe we'll weigh them. Do you want to weigh them? Do you want to see how close I got for each log at the end? We'll do that. We'll do that at the end. We'll weigh the logs and see how close they are. I bet you that they're all going to be within 20 grams of each other, which I think would be about I would call that successful. Okay. But we're shaping now. Ava, welcome. Oh. So we're making chocolate chunk shortbread, or salted butter and chocolate chunk shortbread cookies. These are from a recipe, not a recipe I'm writing or one that I wrote, but from a recipe. I've made these. I've never made these on stream. Now, have I made these on stream? I actually don't think I've made these on stream. Mix, welcome. Mix, hello. Happy Tuesday. Mix, I've been thinking about that video that you tagged me in on TikTok of the guy who made the like condensed soup. I like can't stop thinking about it. I really want to try some. When I say try some, I don't mean try making it immediately. I would just want to like have some pocket soup. Yeah, I was thinking about it when we were camping this weekend. I was like, I really want this. And yeah, Mix tagged me in this video on TikTok. That's basically this like you just boil or you slowly simmer on stock until it's solid, and then you like put it into a baking pan and literally like bake it even further, and then so you just like pour boiling water on it to rehydrate it, and it's kind of wild. It's worth it. You say it's worth it. Okay. Did my trick of not refrigerating anything work well? Yeah, it did actually. You know what I found, Velos? This was a weird outcome, but it's one that I knew was going to happen, but I always find it wild, is that when I opened my cooler for the first time, it felt warm because it was warmer than the outside air, because coolers don't just insulate the things inside, but like, you know, from warm air, they keep it from getting cold too. So it like keeps it just thermically wherever you have it. So I was like, oh, weird. My cooler's not as cold as the air. It's one of those things that you're like, you think, you know, you might not necessarily consider. But like we were there like Saturday night, I put my ice packs had started to thaw a little bit in the cooler because it was, you know, I keep the cooler in the trunk of the car so that animals don't get to it. My ice packs had started to thaw, so I put them outside overnight, and then it refroze them. Powdered bouillon, basically. Yeah, make soup and then freeze dry and crush it. It was. Yeah, and it was like those. It was exactly like bouillon cubes. I mean, they didn't crush it. They wrapped them up like the bouillon cubes, though, in little parchment paper packets, which I thought was super cool. Super cool. No pun intended. Pun fully intended. If you're a person who's perpetually disappointed by the instant noodle seasoning packs, get some noodles and make pocket soup. Totally. Very salty. We love very salty though. And it's super cool. It was super cool. I was like, I was just very fascinated because I've never really dehydrated anything. There's a couple like kitchen things. There's like a couple sort of kitchen techniques that I haven't really done much, if at all. Dehydrating, fermenting / pickling. Like I haven't really explored those with any depth. I'm very enthusiastic about fermented things and pickles, and dehydrated stuff is great. I just haven't like done it myself. So anytime I see something new like that, it sort of fascinates me in that really satisfying way. Dehydrating is as easy as it gets. It is. I think I've tried dehydrating stuff in my oven before, but it only goes down to 170, and I feel like it's like that's too hot. I've been using it outside of the refrigerator too before I open my Arctic cooler and let it sit out there for 12 hours. Yeah, that's the thing. You got to let your cooler, if you put warm stuff in a cooler, it stays warm. And like if you put things that are at 0 in your cooler, they will stay at 0 even if the temperature outside is like negative. Which is, I think it's kind of cool. Again, no pun intended. The cubes were the soup cubes. I just thought were really fascinating. I obviously like, I immediately get the many applications of like why that's useful and why it would have been useful, why it's useful now. Dehydrating squash and pumpkin seed guts. Nice. That sounds great. A little additive for the animals. I'm sure they appreciate it. I'm sure they enjoy it. Put finished brisket in a cooler in paper. Yeah, just keep it right at like a good temperature. Okay, so I'm rolling this out. These are all roughly the same size. So I'm gonna roll this one way and kind of fold it over the edge. Bread is short. They're trying to get roughly the same size. Again, I didn't weigh these, which sort of flies in the face of my desire for uniformity in all of these things. But if I was doing these for Cookie Club, I certainly would have weighed these so that they were all kind of exactly the same. What kind of customs shenanigans cookies we go through. I've sent cookies to Canada and we've sent cookies to Germany. Mix, I don't watch the VOD at all for those. It's on my end, it lives in a little queue and just stays there until I clear it. So you'll note that your points don't go down. Your points don't go down immediately. I have to hit accept. God, if I had to watch the VOD to get Cookie Club entry, that's like, I'm trying to get away from anything having to like watch my own streams to do anything Cookie Club related. But that's a Twitch thing. That's a like, it holds rewards. It doesn't, you could actually, depends. Some of them redeem immediately. I think the sound redeems. Oh yeah, Southern Alberta. They get to Alberta just fine. They get to everywhere in Canada just fine. At least it's been my experience that they get to Canada without issue. I know that once they're out of the US, I can't track them anymore. But I've the only issues that people have had with them have been issues with packaging. To 3 weeks. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, and I do think about that when I'm packaging them. I'm like, I wonder how long these are going to get. Speaking of Canada, we were on the highway the other day and I almost had an accident. Not because of anything Canadian, well, sort of. But we saw a license plate from Nova Scotia on the highway. And I was like, holy shit! Holy shit, there's a Nova Scotia license plate. I was like, look, Calvin, look at the license plate. And he was like, what? But Nova Scotia is a rare one. We see Alberta more than Nova Scotia here. And I don't really know why, because Nova Scotia is like closer, but it was funny. But I was like, yeah, to get here from there is more difficult. I saw a boat plate. It was definitely an exciting moment, Mix. I was like, oh my god, a Nova Scotia plate. We see Ontario and Quebec all the time. Like, those are super common. You see an Ontario plate, like, I don't know. I see Ontario plates like driving around the city. They're not rare. I mean, Ontario is right there, so it's not like it's far. Oh wait, I want to shape this before I pull the plastic over it or finish shaping it. I should condense these just a little bit. Yeah, we see it's really rare to see. I think Alberta and Nova Scotia are usually like, those are like, oh my god, like I gotta make a special look. Those are the ones that when we see them, I like slow down and like look at them again. Michigan does have some cool plates. Michigan's pretty common. I mean, like, I'm in Philadelphia, East Coast, US, so you know, we get all the New England plates here. We get a bunch. There's some that are oddly common, but there's a reason. Like Arizona, right? I see Arizona plates all the time, constantly, like daily. But it's because Arizona has different I think they have different insurance laws, and so a lot of like rental car companies have their registrations based in Arizona. I know U-Haul has a bunch based in Arizona, like a lot of their fleet. So that's an oddly common one. I'm trying to think of some others that are super common. Indiana, Illinois, those are extremely common, again, for the same reason. Manitoba. I don't know if I've ever seen a Manitoba license plate. We have Arizona plates on Utah's here. Exactly, Mix. Yeah, like you see an Arizona plate, you just know it's a rental. There's no like, nobody from Arizona is driving here. They're all just registered there. Indigo, I am in Pennsylvania. So I see Pennsylvania, New Jersey plates, New York plates all the time, including Hawaii and Alaska. TJ Harley says, and from all Canadian provinces, since we live in a resort area. Yeah, and that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. I've seen a Hawaiian plate before. They're really that's another exciting one. Hawaii's an odd one. Usually I feel like when I see a Hawaii plate, I feel like it's someone like from like the military. Because otherwise, like, why would you? I don't know. Like, I kind of assume. Oh, I wanted to weigh these, didn't I? I said I wanted to weigh them. True caretaker. I don't know why. I don't know why cruise ships would do that. Mix arranged all their licensing with Arizona, and I'm sure that that's one of those, like, they get a good deal on it too. Like, I have to imagine that other states have similar. It's funny. There's some states, like, I always kind of was telling this to Calvin, like, we see the two states that we see all the time that aren't close to here are Texas and California. But as I was explaining to Calvin, I was like, those are huge states. Like, people from those states, you know, it's like, yes, I get that, like, Mississippi is closer, but, like, you know, people from Mississippi don't drive up to Philadelphia. You know, it's really rare to see a Rhode Island plate here. It's more rare to see a Rhode Island plate than a Maine plate, even though Maine is farther away. Maine is another one. Trucks get registered in Maine. Trucks get registered in Maine. Trucks get registered in Illinois and Indiana. Like semi trucks. Not semi. The whole truck actually gets registered there. It's a trucking joke. Maybe it worked. I don't know. I don't think so. But all right. So all these logs are pretty good. Yes. Thank you, Dan. The only ones worth shipping off the island. And that's where I was saying, Mix, where I feel like Hawaii plates are like military transports or things that where it, like, the government is just moving the car around. Okay. Logs are good. I said I wanted to weigh these. Maybe we could do that. Let's do that. Let's clean this counter for a second. We're gonna clean up the counter. We're gonna weigh these logs just because I'm curious. Then we're going to take a quick break. During the break, we're going to play a game of Words on stream, and I'm going to run 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. I'm also going to take care of the dishes that have built up in the sink because there's dishes in the sink and they've built up, and I would like to not have them there built up in the sink. So that's what and why we're going to do that. Let me also like wipe the counter off with a disinfecting wipe. It's got a thin, it's like a layer, a very light layer of flour on it, or just kind of silt. I'm gonna wet wipe this before we move on. You can always tell a non-Albertan car because all other provinces require 2 license plates per vehicle. Yeah, Pennsylvania does not. So, like, we always know where there's where there's a, when a car has a plate on the front, no plate on the front around here, it's usually like, oh, that's a PA plate. Got it. The license plate game is fun. I love looking for license plates. It's one of those really just like interesting, fun things to do in a car. And I like playing. I like doing that with Calvin because it just like gets him to like focus on the road, and I don't know, to like look up. Mix, enjoy making your cheese sauce. That sounds fun. I love a cheese sauce. I'm into the idea of cheese sauce. Just like general cheese sauce. General cheese sauce. I served under general cheese sauce. I'm just kidding, I didn't. Let's weigh these logs and see how close we got to being nope, that's not what I want to get. I want to get this. I want to get a cutting board so I can sit them flat because they're still a little loose. Okay. Now just for like posterity. Ooh, these are getting solid already. 544, 467. It's also smaller. Now these are the ones from the most recent batch. 520, 465. Okay, we're noticing a trend. 578. 474. So we're noticing a trend. They're either up in the 550 plus or they're in the 460 to 70 range. Cool. That's a thing. I don't know that that means anything other than some sort of consistency there. Cheese sauce says jalapeno popper pork chop roulade. Pork chop roulade and Brocken Havarti. Oh, I love Brocken. I love Havarti cheese. Havarti is one of my favorite cheeses. It's like tangy and melty, and I just kind of love that. So Flip, I did 3 batches of cookies total today. And we are going to bake some of them this afternoon. We're going to bake some of them this afternoon. Okay, so that said, before we get to the baking, we're going to take a quick break. Well, before we get to the baking, there's several things that are going to happen. It doesn't oil up. That's right. Oh, local pork. Local, like from your property local? Putting Havarti in pasta salads. Oh my God. I love what I can call for Havarti in a recipe. Like any excuse to use Havarti is perfect. One of my favorite sandwiches is like a pesto chicken sandwich with caramelized onions and Havarti cheese on like a Kaiser roll, like a soft Kaiser roll, a little bit toasted. Okay, so yes. Okay, here's what we're doing. First, before we actually do anything else, we're going to take a quick break. Then we're going to come back and we're going to make a soup from a recipe. We're going to make tuna pasta from a recipe. The soup or the tuna pasta is going to be dinner tonight, whichever. The other one is going to be dinner tomorrow night. So it really doesn't matter to me which is which. We're going to do the soup first because it's a little bit easier. Not easier. Sorry. It's a bit... they're both in one bowl. They both use... One uses a Dutch oven, the other one uses a skillet. So I'm not even... Like, I don't have to do dishes in between any of them. I might. I probably won't. Anyway, regardless, we're going to do the soup first because I want to. So that's my reason. As I'm going through, I'm going to be taking notes for timing and sensory indicators, things that are that help you determine when you're reading a recipe whether the thing is done the way that the writer intended it to be. Like you can say 10 to 12 minutes, but if someone doesn't have their oven or their stove at the same temperature as you do, it might be 13 minutes. It might be 14 minutes. So you have to say, until browned on all sides, until opaque, until whatever. So we're going to do those 2 recipes when we come back, and then we're going to bake some of these cookies. Do I need to turn the oven on for the cookies yet? No, I should not need to do that. Maybe I will anyway. That way it's hot, because this is what will happen is I'll forget to turn it on. Time check. Time check is 15:28. All right, we're making good progress today. This is good. We're not making great progress today. I've been live for 3 hours and I've made cookie dough. So not great, but adequate, acceptable, expected progress. Anyway, what we're doing now is we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to triage the dishes in the sink. We're going to run a quick game of Words on Stream, or 2, or potentially 3, probably 2, because we're going to run 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. If you are not on the level of wanting ads in your face and you're watching on Twitch, you can feel free to pop over to YouTube. There's a link to that in chat right now. When you click that link, it's going to say, do you want to subscribe to this channel? And the correct answer is yes. Yes, you do. Please. And even if you're not currently going to watch the stream on YouTube to avoid the ads, it would be great if you would hit the subscribe button on the link in chat anyway. Just a little pitch from me to you. All right, we're going to go over and do a game of Words on Stream. Here that comes. If you're not familiar with Words on Stream, it's kind of like Scrabble. There are letters at the top of the screen. You will see them. You type words from those letters into chat and you get points as a team. And we're going to run 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch starting in just a moment. I'm going to do the dishes and we'll be right back. Okay. BRB.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
All right. Let's get the dishes. I'll get the sink handled here. That's the goal. As we move from baking to like cooking, and just in general, I want to be able to like, as we're not running ads regularly anymore, I'm realizing I do need to take breaks during stream, at least for the dishes, if not for like physical breaks. I'm not sitting down, I'm just doing something different for it. Okay. I think I can actually do these dishes. There's only a spatula and a bench scraper and etc. Only the stuff from the baking. All right. Got enough. Oh, whoa. Perfect, it says. Nice. Indigo, I have no idea. I have no idea. But we'll do one more. Dishwasher is totally loaded. And I'm about to actually finish the dishes.
It's over!
Hey, if you're on Twitch, thank you for your patience during the ad break. Welcome back. I appreciate you. Nobody likes the ads. I don't like the ads. But you know what? If I'm not going to be on the screen for a few minutes, while I'm doing the dishes, it's a good time to run them, because then nobody gets pre-rolls. And when people click into the stream in the next hour, they can just watch the stream without getting an ad. And isn't that lovely for them? Yes, it is. Okay, last guess is gonna be in 3, 2, 1. All right. So close. So close indeed. That was very close. Y'all, I filled the dishwasher and I did all the dishes that I used. There's an empty sink over there. Objective achieved. I feel like there should be a like, I feel like I need a command for when I can do that in the span of 1 3-minute commercial break. I saw some folks pop into chat. Let me scroll up and say hello. Encumber. That was a good word for that round. Ecru. Ecru is also a good word. You're right. Ecru is like off-white, correct? TARDIS, welcome. Hello. Moondice, welcome in. Catastrophe, welcome in. Happy Tuesday to y'all. The cecum is a part connecting the large and small intestines. The more you know. We really need that. We really need that. Rainbow. I need the rainbow. Eggshell. Ecru is the color of my favorite pair of slacks in high school. Why do I know that? Because I do. It's one of those things. I said, remember earlier I was like, I should turn the oven on because otherwise I'll forget to turn it on. I didn't turn it on. And I forgot in that moment, which tells me exactly why I need to turn it on now, which I just did. Okay. I don't have this. I don't have these labeled for which recipe these are. Cauliflower soup V2. Tuna John V2. Okay. Everyone knows that, right? Right. Everyone knows that. Common knowledge. Super common knowledge. Let's do the soup first, because that one requires more like vegetable stuff, I think. Let me get out my ingredients for that. I need olive oil, cauliflower, onion, salt, pepper, cannellini, vegetable, cayenne. Okay, so I need cannellini, vegetable, cayenne, onion, olive oil. This is all staged on my table over there. Just FYI. It's like I got it. I got it out ahead of time. It's all just sitting over there. I also need cauliflower, which is in the refrigerator. And before I get moving here, I want to grind. Y'all know what time it is. And if you don't, it's time to get on that grind. That pepper grind. When people are like, I appreciate the grind. I grind so hard. I grind so hard at my job. Like this is what we're talking about. This is what I'm talking about. When I say I grind so hard at my job. It's the pepper. Indigo. Indigo, I appreciate that statement. As many things that I despise about this whacked out timeline that we're stuck in, valid and fair. I appreciate that I can summon tacos to my front door by waving my finger around on a glass rectangle that I keep in my pocket. Fucking, I know that's right. There are some things. There are some things that are nice, and that is definitely one of them. You can get a lot of stuff from that little thing. At least I have control of the taco portion. Valid. Yeah. Do y'all actually order food on your phone? From your phone? Be honest. Do you place a to-go when you are at your home? Do you use your telephone, this, to order food, or do you use your laptop? So far, you get 30% off Uber Eats orders. Whoa. That's a decent benefit. That seems like a good benefit. Bellis, you order on your phone. Dan orders on their phone. Moondaz, I said I don't, but I will when I'm older. My kids are not. Also reasonable. Indigo, you do it all the time. Too lazy to cook. Too depressed to cook. Whatever your reason. Usually your friends don't have a laptop. Fair. Indigo, laptop for ordering food? Yes. Ordering things on the internet? Laptop task. Laptop task. Memonique, I'll never put payments on my phone. Also reasonable. Therefore, if you've never used your laptop to order food. Wow. See, I don't think I've ever ordered food from my phone. It's only a laptop task if the purchase is over $100. Okay. My phone and my tablet basically replaced my laptop. Right. Okay. I think I did know this. I did know this about you, that you have the tablet set up. I think if I was doing it on an iPad or like a larger screen, that would be fine. I don't think I order anything on my phone. I try not to use my phone for anything. As much as possible. Not even texting. Sorry to everybody who's ever texted me that I haven't responded to. That's plenty of pepper. Got pepper. Okay, let's prep. Let's get at the cauliflower first. So this calls for, you make motorized grinders. Yes, I know. Oh, I know. I would use one if I had one, and I don't. And it's one of those things where probably not going to buy one. I just, because the grinder that I have works, and I don't know. It's just money I'm not going to spend. If the thing I have works, I'm going to use it till it breaks. 1 medium head of cauliflower, 1 onion, kosher salt, black pepper, cayenne. Okay, so spices. 1 14-ounce can of cannellini beans. Do not drain. Noted. 1 32-ounce box of vegetable broth. 2 tablespoons of olive oil. Great. Okay, everything is here, ready to prep. So let's do our prep. Get my compost bucket because it is time to make some compost. I also, this head of cauliflower, I got at the same time as the one I used for when I was working on this recipe last week. So it has like a brown spot or two on it I need to cut off, but that's kind of fine. Cauliflower is one of those things where if it has a spot or two, you can just kind of lop it off and keep on moving with your day. You don't need to worry about it. If what I have works, I'm using it till it breaks. Yeah, like we were talking about this when I was grinding pepper the other day. Like I would love a spice grind. If I had like a small coffee grinder, right? Like a little, like the one that has like the cup on the top, and you like pour the spices in, and you just put the cup on and press the button. Like one of those, like a literal 1 cup grinder, I would use that pretty regularly. And I would probably do more grinding of my own like spices, because when you buy them whole, like it's, it's easier to do that, and they stay fresh longer, and also often they're cheaper. But I don't, so I don't. Yeah, moon dyes, cannellini beans are my favorite, or like my favorite additive of for like bulking up a recipe, just like nutritionally adding nutritional density to a recipe, especially for something like a soup where I'm going to make it into a puree. And the cannellini beans don't have a significantly strong flavor, but they're still pretty good. I love them for that. Same thing, lentils are another thing that you can just like add to a lot of stuff and then puree it, and it's like it wasn't there in the first place. The golden car you sold me is totally fine. It works great. Totally. Right. Gwen and I were just talking about that the other day, about the car, and it's like, well, when is it time to get a new one? And I'm like, well, before the time to get a new car is before the one that you have completely breaks down, because then you don't get any money for it. So you're really just gambling. Okay. Oh, hold on. I wanted to start a timer. I'll just add a minute to that, whatever it is, whatever it ends up being. I just want to time my prep here, because cauliflower is, what does it say? Chopped small, 1 medium head of cauliflower, chopped small. Okay. So I'm using sort of as much of this cauliflower as possible. I'm not just using the florets from it. I'm going to use the stem too, because it's getting pureed. You can use the stem without any type of like visual differences, or without any like, sometimes when because you eat with your eyes, you see the food, and if you see like big chunks of stem in something, it can be off-putting. I'm thinking with like broccoli, right? But if it's all pureed together, it doesn't really matter. Okay, I'm just cutting a few little like brown spots off of here. Nothing. These are, they're not really affecting anything, and it's not going to be. They're just like little softer spots where it started to not be good. Okay, this is otherwise ready to go. I'm going to cut this in half, and then cut the big bottom piece of the core out, and then the rest of it we're just going to cut into small chunks. So that's pretty good right there. No more. I just don't want any leaves. No leaves. Not even the white ground up or curled up leaves on the inside. We don't want those. Okay. So that's good. Lasagna soup, moon dice. That sounds delicious. What do you put in lasagna soup? Lentils? What else goes into lasagna soup? All right, it says about 7 cups of chopped flour. So I'm getting my big glass bowl, my 8-cup glass bowl out, and I'm going to just put these all in there when I'm finished. So again, all of this is just getting pureed. So, oh, just poked myself. Just a little bit. All of this is getting pureed at the end. So I don't really, this does not need to look nice. Nothing here. There's zero consideration for what this looks like. And I love that because it makes it quicker. You can just kind of chop it and go. This is a really thick, firm cauliflower. This would make good like steaks, like cauliflower steaks, where you just take that slab and just fry it in butter. I'm still driving the Escape. Time to trade it. I'm like, no. Yeah, it's paid off. Yeah, the moment you pay the car off, like the dealership comes after you hard. They're like, hey, we noticed that you stopped paying us money because you don't have to anymore. Would you like to continue paying us money? And you're like, no. And they're like, how about now? And you're like, no. They're like, are you sure? And then when it breaks down later, and they're like, we told you. Now you're not. Now we're not going to give you anything. Is there a reason to lease instead of buy, or buy instead of lease? I feel like buying a car outright is always a fraught. It feels very fraught because then you sort of like, once it's out of warranty and then you're like, you got the maintenance on it. I feel like with leasing, it's like, well, when the lease is up, you just trade it back and they get to sell it. I mean, I know that the value is if you pay for it all at once or you pay a bunch of money and you have a low payment, all very adulting stuff. But I feel like if you sort of acknowledge that you're going to have to be paying for this for years regardless, I don't know. People lease because they want to play with all the cars. I feel like part of the leasing is part of the reason to do it is so that you're always within like the warranty service. Like you can just always take it back to the place and be like, fix it or give me something better. It feels wasteful, generally speaking, to do that. Unless you paid cash. Oh yeah. That's what's up. They're like, are you sure you don't want to pay over time and pay us more? And you're like, no. All right. Well, that's about 8 cups. So let's say 7 to 8 cups. Yeah, so that's kind of what I was thinking is like, you sort of trade it in before it goes bad, and then it puts the burden back on the dealership of like making it nice so they can make more money off that same car versus you keeping it. I don't know. Gwen and I have been having this conversation recently because our car is 10 years old at this point, and it's it's to the point where it breaks down, not regularly, but like it needs work. It always needs work. There's always something that is not quite right. There's like a light that's been on it. It's like the day that it was out of warranty, it like a light came on and hasn't gone off. It's designed that way. Medium head of cauliflower chopped small, about 7 cups. And then 1 medium onion small diced. Okay, about 1.5 cups. Okay, so We'll get these chopped up, and that'll be it for prep. The prep here is really, really basic. A cauliflower and an onion, nothing super complicated. Oh, 400K in less than 2 years. That is a hell of a lot of driving. Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, that's like, yeah, you don't want to own that. You don't want the maintenance on that level of wear and tear. I wouldn't imagine. Again, I'm not maintaining anything. Light comes on in the car, straight back to where I got it. 125,000 miles a year. This is a shitload of miles. Whether you say it in kilometers or miles, that's a lot of distance to be going. How many audiobooks is that? A lot. There's a lot of audiobooks. That's immediately where my head went, by the way. That's immediately, I was like, I could listen to a lot of audiobooks driving that much. A lot of coffee. Okay, about 1.5 cups of onion here. I'm going to measure this. Carson's 2020, so 5 years old and 40,000 kilometers or miles. Okay, so 1.5 cups of onion. That's about right. Okay, good. 1.5 cups of onion. Ah, shit, I didn't save any of that for my stock bag. Oh well. Oh well, at least it went in the compost and not the trash. All right, we'll wash my hands here. You could tell when the oil light came on because my grandmother got a new car caretaker. That's hilarious. Yeah, I don't open the hood of the car. I'm not interested. I'm not going to change the oil in the car. I'm going to add fluid to it. That's about it. Okay, that was exactly 10 minutes of prep. So with time that I spent reading chat and etc. So about 8 minutes. About 8 minutes of prep. In a Dutch oven, set to medium-high, add the olive oil, add the onion, and cook for 3 minutes, stirring frequently until soft. Okay, so we're going to come over to the stove now. Move the camera over here. I get my Dutch oven. Also conveniently staged on the table to side. I'm going to add how much olive oil? 2 tablespoons, it says. That's not very much. In a Dutch oven, set to medium-high. So we set it at medium-high. Then we add the olive oil. Then we add the onion and cook for 3 minutes, stirring frequently until soft. Then we add the cauliflower and cook for 15 minutes, stirring every 3 to 4 minutes. Cauliflower should be browned and softened. Okay. Stop. So let's set a timer for 3 minutes. You mean I'm going to pay somebody to change the oil instead? No, I'm going to take it back to the dealership because it's still under a factory warranty. I'm going to have them do it every time I need to, because that's what you pay for when you pay for the warranty. Indigo, no, I'm not gonna. No, the moment that I hit the mileage for the next service that comes with the warranty, it's going back for that service, because also in order to keep the warranty, you have to keep doing that. So no, I'm not going to not change the oil. I want the car to have work done. I don't want to do the work on the car, is how I should phrase that. Medium high. Missed opportunity to say, and don't call me Shirley. Correct. What movie is that from? That's from a movie. I know it's from a movie. Okay, let's come over here to the stove. Please work. Oh no! Oh no! It froze. Okay, pause. Airplane, right. Y'all don't hate me. I've never seen it. True. I have not seen the movie Airplane. Elgato face cam. Here we go. This is it. And stove. Okay. We did it. Wait, but I wanted to come over to the stove. There it is. Leslie Nielsen. I'm familiar with Leslie Nielsen. He was in those other movies. He was in many other movies I also have not seen. Okay, medium high, olive oil, 2 tablespoons, 1, 2 plus a little bit that got left in there. Okay, there we go. 2 tablespoons. Now we're going to put the onions. We'll put the onions in. And I hear a little sizzling. And we're going to cook those for, it says, 3 minutes. So 300, that's 30. I want 300 start. Okay. And it says, cook for 3 minutes on medium high, stirring frequently. And these, nothing here has, I'm seeing some pieces that aren't completely chopped, but that's okay, because this is all going to get pureed. It's all getting pureed with the immersion blender in a little bit. So to finish this, we're pureeing everything. It should be relatively soft at the end. What was the note that I wanted to add? About 7 to 8 cups. Because the last time I measured this, it was 7. This time it's 8. So, True Caretaker. I've seen one of the Naked Gun movies. Callie, that is quite a lot of driving. Fellas, that's fascinating. I definitely didn't know that it's a almost word for word from another movie called 0 Hour. That's odd. Tommy Byrne, welcome in. Hope everyone has a good holidays. I hope you have a good holiday. Whatever holidays y'all are celebrating, I hope they're good. We're at about a minute left here. So medium high. Damn, that's cross country. Williamsburg, Virginia. I've been there. It's nice there. All right, so I'm looking for notes here. Visual and physical indicators. These onions are sizzling and fragrant. And they are beginning to become translucent. Okay. Now we add the cauliflower and cook for 15 minutes, stirring every 3 to 4 minutes. Cauliflower should be browned and softened. And I don't just want to add the cauliflower, I want to stir in the cauliflower. So we're going to set a timer now for 15 minutes. And I have a 3-minute timer already ready to go. So I am going to set a 3-minute timer and stir again when that goes off. Because last time I stirred these pretty consistently and they didn't get browned until I let them sit at the end. So what I'm going to do this time, I'm going to cook them like that. I'm going to stir them when the timer goes off. The note here is not to add cauliflower. I want to stir in the cauliflower. Stir in the cauliflower. And cook for 15 minutes, stirring every 3 to 4 minutes. Cauliflower should be browned and softened. Okay, that's a little bit on the red spectrum. Let's color correct to where we have sort of the actual color temperature there. That's about accurate to what that looks like in real life. Man, see, I want to stir these so bad. But the thing is that last time they didn't get very browned until right at the end. So I'm trying something a little different. And if they end up burning and not getting soft, I'll know that I need to like stir them frequently for the first 10 minutes and then like let them sit. But we're trying this sort of the other way here. So that I have kind of a proof of concept, proof of what I thought I wanted to do. While I'm waiting for that timer and I'm feeling idle hands, I'm going to toss this bowl in the dishwasher. I love driving, y'all, and long form driving can be fun, but I don't think I'd want to do that all the time. I don't think I'd want to make it like a job. I do like watching the Twitch streams of like the trucking folks that drive regularly. I think those are they're so fascinating to me. I love just in general IRL streams. Where am I adding? I don't have any note around where to add the salt and pepper. So I think I should probably add the salt and pepper along with the beans here. Okay, 3-minute timer is going. So let's pause, stop, reset, start. Okay. So what I'm looking for at the end of my time, my total time, at the end of 15 minutes, is for the cauliflower to be soft. I'm cooking this at a medium high heat, which is 5 out of 7. Oh, there's a big chunk of cauliflower I did not cut. Let me crush that. Okay, so I'm going to let that sit again. I have not added any liquid to this other than the 2 tablespoons of olive oil that I had at the beginning. So this is all just exuding its own liquid in the heat. I feel like I should add... I feel like I should have added the salt along with the cauliflower, because that would help soften it, and it would help with the moisture. It would help release some of the moisture from it. That said, I'm going to let this go right now as I have been so that I can kind of continue with, I'm going to continue in the path that I have been, because the thing that I don't love doing when I'm doing like a testing my own recipes is making changes in the middle of something, like in between steps. So basically at the end of this step, I'll make that change. Calvin's home.
I'm home.
You're back.
That's me.
Hello.
My name is Home. I'm
Yeah,
alone.
you're not alone. I'm here.
Oh, right.
I'm here. I'm making soup. What's your...
I'm not taking this off.
Okay. Okay.
Please have cornerstone money.
Can you have corner store money?
Yes, please.
Yeah, go on my personal counter and get my little bag out, and I'll give you some corner store money.
Thank you. Is it your dad?
Yeah, the
This?
yes. He's not taking his jacket off, not because he's wearing a sweatshirt with his school name on it, but because he's ready. He wants to go to the corner store. I see.
Whoa.
I know, hon. Hon, I know. I'm just messing with you.
I know you.
Okay.
Oh.
Timer just went off. Time to stir.
This is a little bit too much. I'm gonna.
Yes, correct. I will get the money out for you. Thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna put that down. That seems like a lot.
Okay. So stirring.
What soup is that?
We're starting another timer. This is the cauliflower soup I made last week. Oh, we're getting a little brown. That's what I wanted. That little bit of browning that's happening on this one is definitely the goal. More of that would be ideal. And I'm adding liquid to this. So we're going to add, when we add the liquid, I'm going to scrape the bottom of this.
It's Julie V.
Yeah, this isn't, no, I want my, this.
Oh,
Okay, we don't,
yeah.
but we don't
I know.
say
I
those.
forgot.
Okay. Okay, here, is that enough?
Defying breath.
What are we up to for the corner store now? What's the damage on a trip to the corner store?
Well, I want to get Takis and a drink.
Okay.
Do you have $1 more? Thank you.
Okay.
Do you want a jar?
Julie, welcome in.
If I have.
Do I want? No, I didn't eat the one from yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for your grace. I appreciate it. We try to be discreet. And welcome regardless, and enjoy your lurk if that's your preference. We love lurkers here. Okay. I do not. I have the one you got me yesterday, or whenever you got me the last one. Yeah, Mike, I know. I won't. I know. I was like, I don't know what the going rate for like a corner store cash is anymore. Lurking for now, but usually chatting. Well, we appreciate it either way. Almost to the next stir. Uncommon, welcome in. Snacks are expensive. Did he just say Takis? I swear to you. Hey, damn it. Literally have a giant bag of Takis in the cabinet. Ugh. It's fine. They didn't go. They don't go bad. They don't go bad. All right, so we're getting a little bit of browning on here. And this is starting to feel soft, but it's not as soft as it was when I was stirring it regularly. So I think what we're going to do, well, let's see. We're going to set another 3-minute timer. Now, I think the reason it's not softening as fast is because I'm not stirring it as much. It's not circulating to the bottom. It's not circulating to the bottom as often. The individual bags have the extra zing. Mike, I know that's right. They sure do. They're they hit just right. We always go to the corner store before karate, and he gets a snack, and the Takis at home. Perfect use of that emote. we always get Takis, and I'm like, listen, you can get the Takis, but when we arrive at karate, you gotta wash your face. You gotta wash your face and wash your hands. If anybody's ever eaten Takis or anything that has a bunch of food dye, dyed, whatever in it, powdered food dye, your lips turn blue, your hands turn blue. I'm like, you don't want to be like the blue-faced kid at the thing, at the event. Please eat the Takis, but just wash your hands too, please. Excuse me. Okay. So I think the direction here, because these aren't softening. The ones on top here are not going to be soft enough by the time 15 minutes is up. It's just not going to be a thing that happens. So I'm going to need to cook these for a little longer. So we might need to give a range. Instead of saying 15 minutes, we might need to say 15 to 18. We'll see how long this takes doing this process. Because I know that if I stir this consistently, like I did last time, they don't get browned, but they do soften up. And I guess I want to balance whether or not I care about the flavor from the browning as much as I care about the efficiency of a shorter cook time. Rainbow do. I heard that. I was trying to figure out the rhyme scheme at the end there. I appreciate that one. Okay, we're gonna give these a stir. We're at our 3-minute mark again. And you can see all the steam coming off of these. You know what I could say? I could just say to cover these. Because they'll still get browned. And if you cover them, they would definitely soften. So let's, they're pretty soft. Some of these large chunks are not, but okay. So this is good. I'm gonna give this 15. I'm gonna give this 3, 4, 15. 17, 18. So when my timer goes off, I'm going to give this 3 more minutes, and I'm going to stir it, give it 3 more minutes, and then we're going to see if it's soft. Because then I can do a range 15 to 18. I could also call for covering it. This is one that I might test again, because it's also a soup, and This part of the process, I want to be accurate. I know what it's supposed to look like, but I want to make sure that it can be easily explained and replicated, and that I can figure out the quickest time to do this. I think the quickest time to get this done is going to be covering it. Obviously, it should be covering it. But, I'm in the last... That was 15 minutes, so that's the time that I initially called for. Things are looking brown now. We've gotten some browning happening. You can see, this is a nice little piece here. And we're getting a little bit softer, and things will soften up even further, but I want almost all of the cooking to happen right here, like at this point. I don't want this to be a soup that you have to simmer for like 15 to 20 minutes as well. So the goal after the cauliflower and onions are cooked is that you put the beans in, you scrape the bottom with the bean can liquid, you put the broth in, you bring the broth up to a simmer, then you blend it with the immersion blender, and then that's it. I also think that we need to add the salt when we add the cauliflower. And I want to add the spice here too. Because if I add the cayenne at this point, if I add the cayenne, salt, and pepper earlier in the process, it's going to help. It's going to help with the liquid coming out of here. And I believe that I can probably just call for putting the lid on, and it will still get browned on the bottom, but it will keep all this steam in, and it will cook it a lot faster. Thanks.
I got what I wanted.
Great.
Want some more?
I also want you to look in the cabinet up there.
Top one?
Yeah, that one. And look and see that we have a huge bag of Takis in there already.
Okay.
Yeah. Not that I asked you to check or that I checked, but I just...
A new one?
Yeah, I just want to like in the future, let's like just take a look over in that cabinet too. Let's try to both remember to do that.
Okay.
And you got some chips or something for Mom too?
Yeah, I got.
Well, that was nice of you. Okay, we got about 30 seconds left on this process, and then we're going to add the beans. So the next step is I do want to add the salt and pepper. I want to add the seasonings in the next step. So that I definitely want to do. 2 teaspoons salt, 1 teaspoon ground pepper, and a half a teaspoon of cayenne. I decided that I wanted less cayenne than I was originally planning on putting in here, because when we had the soup as a leftover, it was a lot spicier than the first time we had it. And that's because the cayenne had a chance to sit and absorb a little bit more. Okay, so we do have some brown on the bottom here. This is looking good. So this fond here, like that we're looking at on this side, is what I want to scrape up with the bean water and the liquid from my broth. But before we do that, let's add our salt. So I said 2 teaspoons of salt, 1 teaspoon of ground black pepper, 1 teaspoon of salt, 2 teaspoons of salt, a teaspoon of ground black pepper. What a novel concept, Indigo. Yeah, I mean, we try. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it feels more contentious, and sometimes we are able to access the sometimes we're able to access the patience to like have that side of communication. Oh, ankle nibbling Toyota, you've exposed a flaw in the system. We didn't update the menu today. The menu today is cauliflower and cannellini soup, a tuna pasta, and chocolate chunk shortbread cookies. I just didn't update the menu. Lo siento. That means I'm sorry in Spanish. 1 14-ounce can of cannellini beans. Do not drain. Next step, add the beans, their canned liquid, and cayenne, salt, and pepper, scraping the bottom of the pan to loosen any stuck on browned cauliflower bits. So let's add the liquid here. We're going to scrape up some of these bits that we've got going on. We're going to add the rest of the beans. You wrote odds and ends. See? I'm just going to leave the odds and ends aspect in there in the future. We'll just forever accurate. Sometimes I remember to, most of the time I remember to update the menu. Why did I not remember today? Usually there's a reason. It's because I'm like, I didn't. Usually the reason is like, I wasn't in the same routine. Okay, bottom is scraped. Those are good. So that looks great. Is it still called fun? It's not a stainless steel. I think so. I'm calling it that. But in the recipe, I didn't say fun. I actually just said browned bits. So I was a little less specific. Add the box of broth to the pot, scraping any of the last remaining brown bits from the pan bottom. Bring to a low simmer, then blend in the pot with an immersion blender for 4 to 5 minutes until smooth. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to pour a little bit of the broth into my can because we have a little bit of that like bean liquid on the bottom. So we'll clear that off. And then we're going to add our box of vegetable broth. This is Swanson brand vegetable broth of the like big box brands. I like the Swanson one. I don't really have a particular reason for liking the Swanson one, but I do. Hey Cal, can you, never mind. You have things that you're doing after school. Okay, I also want to turn this to high. So I want to turn this to high and bring this to a low simmer. It should get there pretty quickly. Let's time how long it takes to get there. Okay. Add the box of broth to the pot, scraping any last remaining brown bits in the pan bottom, bring to a low simmer, blend in the pot with an immersion blender for 4 to 5 minutes. Uncommon says I like Swanson because it's usually the budget-friendly option. Yeah, and when I'm doing recipes for like what generally, so when I'm building a recipe for like larger consumption, often trying to find like I want the most common ingredient, right? Like I want to make this accessible, and so I want to use the like regular store, a store brand broth. I don't want it to be like low sodium. I just want it to be the regular, like the thing that is like in the middle on the shelf. That's it. Just the one that's in the middle. If folks want to use low sodium, like that's fine. They can definitely use the low sodium version. If they want to use the organic, they can use that. If they, whatever adjustments folks want to make for themselves, obviously that's okay. But I want to make it so that, you can go in after work and get like the easiest possible ingredients. Okay, so all we're doing is bringing this to a low simmer here. Basically, I just want everything to be warmed through. And this should get there pretty quick because I didn't add all that much. I mean, this is not a ton of stock. It's no, I'm good. Thank you.
Only 2 out of 2 good.
I'm good. Thank you.
Even though it looks like
Yeah, I'm good. It looks like it's neon. Thank you, though. Are you reading? Is that what your plan is right now?
Yeah.
Okay, reading for an hour until 5:30.
Yeah.
Okay. Take your shoes off. 2, how are you on homework? Are you set? You feel good about being able to finish it by Thursday night?
Mm.
Okay. All right, we're at a low simmer, almost. Just about here. We have some bubbles. We have some bubbles coming up. We have some bubbles here, bubbles there. So, okay. I have to let the dog out, so give me just a second. I'm going to turn this pan down for a moment. Enjoy the low simmering soup for just one moment while I let Daisy out here. She is asked nicely to go out, so we will let her out so that she does not do her business in the house. I think it's funny that we call it like the business, like the dog's business. All right. She's not going to stay outside very long, so I'll be back in just a moment because it's freezing out. She definitely doesn't want to be out there. She definitely does not want to be out there. All right, good job. She got one.
Oh, you got
I did. I let her out. Here she
I
comes.
didn't hear that it.
Yeah. That's okay. That's okay. You coming in, Days? What are you doing? She's walking around out there. Okay. Oh, never mind. Oh, yeah, we got okay. Never mind. She's still still working on it. Okay. I have a surprise. I have a surprise coming up though. Someone's here. Someone soft is joining me. Someone soft is going to be joining me. Can you hear it? Okay. Who's it going to be? Any guesses as to which cat is coming up to join us? We have Elsie with us today. Elsie's here. Elsie didn't want to be here. Elsie was in the living room and lounging and enjoying herself. And then she came up and said hi to me. So I picked her up. Now here she is, fighting to get down. Okay, baby girl. You can get down. All right, she's happily down. Yeah, Sofa, I forgot to update the menu command. Sad trombone. True caretaker got Calgary Flames bookmarks? That's super fun. Did you get personal pan pizzas? I love that. Caretaker Obi is the most reluctant cat. Tatsu, thank you for your resub. I appreciate you. I do. Thank you. Thank you for the not generic, the regular tier 1 resub. Those are the bread and butter of Twitch. Kiwi, how's the doggo doing? Doggo's doing all right. She is aging as gracefully as possible. She's got some lumps. She's got some difficulty moving. She's got really stiff joints. So it's harder. It's getting harder and harder for her to navigate around in the house. She is in good spirits though. Yesterday, she and the cats teamed up. They knocked my butter crock off the counter, and she ate an entire stick of butter, and then she vomited all over the place. So she's still very enthusiastic about stuff, getting stuff when people food when she can. So listen, she's still in good spirits. I'll say that. Greasy vomit. I know it was bad. Gwen caught her in the act. She was vomiting on the bed, so at least we caught her in the act. Okay, so we're at the point where we're at a low simmer. We're going to blend this now for somewhere between 4 and 5 minutes. We're going to see how long it takes. I'm using an immersion blender. Here we go. And I'm pretty sure that the cats were involved because she hasn't gotten stuff off the counter in a long time. And I had just refilled the butter container, and I think that I might have there might have been like a little spot of butter on the outside of it that attracted the cats. To mess with it, and then I think they probably knocked it off the counter, and then it was all over from there. Okay, so this is good. We're at 1 minute. I'm gonna hit this on high for a little bit now. What?
Do you want a golden sriracha?
I don't want anything, Callie. Thank you. I appreciate all the offers. I really don't want anything right now. All right. This smells fantastic. About 2 minutes worth of blending. I'm still heating here. Okay, about 3 minutes now. We're getting there. The consistency is pretty good. I'm gonna do 4 minutes and we'll see where this is at. I really do want you to blend this for that long, especially with an immersion blender. Mine's not very powerful. Obviously, the longer you blend it, the creamier it gets. All right, that is 4 minutes. That is 4 minutes. So this is still simmering. I'm going to turning the heat off now. Let me rinse my immersion blender here. I'm actually going to sit that in the thing to soak with some soap on it. Sit that in my measuring cup to soak for a second. But this is looking really nice. I'm happy so far. I'm happy with the consistency and the appearance. Let's come on over to the counter and we'll do our taste notes and adjustments. And then we'll do the next one, because this was pretty straightforward. Total time, including prep, talking, letting the dog out, all of that, 53 minutes. So that's pretty good. I feel like 53 minutes is not at all what this would take if I wasn't like chatting and making notes and like doing the rest of it. Anyway, so before we do our formal taste test, notes here. With the cooking, I like the stirring every couple minutes and like letting it rest, but I want to put a lid on here. I think that this would easily cook in 15 minutes if it had a lid on it. And cook covered for 15 minutes, stirring every 3 to 4 minutes. Cauliflower should be browned and softened. Add the beans, their canned liquid, cayenne, salt, and pepper. Okay, so I want to add the salt earlier in the process. Scraping the bottom to loosen any stuck on brown cauliflower bits. Add the box of broth to the pot, scraping any last remaining brown bits in the pan. Bring to a low simmer. Blend in the pot with an immersion blender for 4 to 5 minutes until smooth. Remove from heat. Very important. Okay. Remove from heat. So Fluff, you mean you don't have... So... You certainly you're expecting to get sick over the holidays, right? I feel like that is the expectation. Catastrophic flavor, color, flavorful, delicious. Thank you. I think so too. I hope so. Velos, the animals working together is a new one for me. That hasn't happened before. It's just another thing I have to think about. Caretaker, training 2 St. Bernards to do anything is great. I hear St. Bernards are very trainable though, right? Like that's kind of why they are service dogs, right? So if I put on my calendar like 2 days after Christmas for like a week, there's a literal calendar appointment that is a week long that says probably being sick. It's been there for a few years now, because every year when school ends, I'm just like fucking, I'm sick. I also have spent the past couple weeks like getting ready for the holiday and stressing and sort of like, you know, being up late at night and wrapping presents and getting last minute stuff and making cookies and like all the shit that comes along with the holidays, all of like the stressful elements of the holidays. Like basically when all of that is over and your body's just like, hey, rest now. And you're like, but I don't want to. And you know, that your body's like, I didn't ask. I didn't ask. Blend times are always under what they need to be. Right. And I wrote 4 to 5 minutes. I blended this for 4. I could blend this for 10 and I would probably like it better. God, one for pink eye, one for scarlet fever. Yeah, you're definitely doomed. Emergency, just like straight in. Several packets a day. All right, we have cauliflower soup. It has olive oil, cauliflower, onion, salt, pepper, cannellini beans, broth, and cayenne pepper. I'm gonna give it a try. I'm gonna blow on it first so I don't destroy my mouth and my taste buds. Wait. It has cayenne. Takes a second. There it is. Okay. That is really tasty. Oh yeah. That is definitely better than the first time I made it. Wow, that is really good. That has I'm glad I pulled back on the amount of cayenne, because I was thinking of adding a little bit more. My first rewrite of the recipe, I was calling for 3/4 of a teaspoon of cayenne pepper. That was a half a teaspoon of cayenne pepper in this whole pot. And it was good. If I add it earlier, then the time that I added it here, it'll be a little bit stronger because it will have more time to sort of bloom. That's good enough that I would like to try a little bit more. And I just want to make sure, like, I was tasting for the cayenne primarily. I was tasting like how hot, how spicy is this? I don't want this to be too spicy either. I don't think it is, but I'm also not a good arbiter of whether or not something's spicy. Like, I am, but to me, I wouldn't say this is spicy at all. But I know people in my life who would be like, oh, it hurts. And if that's you, that's okay. Perfectly valid way to exist. I want my face to be burned off. So I held back a lot. I'm trying to decide to like a normal palate. I think that's good. I think what I will probably say is I'm probably going to add a note here that, like, I don't find this particularly spicy, but if you are sensitive to spice, either add less or omit it entirely, or add cumin instead. Options. People can always put a dash of hot sauce in it themselves. Right. Exactly. You can make this your own. You want it spicier? Great. Hot sauce is the better move, not adding more cayenne to it. That is also true. Okay. This is good. Let's put this in some packet in a container here, assuming I have a clean container. Fun fact, I don't. Let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8. So this should make roughly that many containers. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I also want to measure out. I'm gonna put this in 2-quart containers here. And let's measure how much volume there was here. Okay, all of these weigh roughly the same. So why did I use this spoon? I don't know. This is not a good spoon for this process. That's okay. We're invested in the process now. Okay, so that's, let's see. Let's do this by ounces. So 16.1. And also this will tell me about how many cups, because each of these is about 2 cups. So this should make about eight cups or so. It did the last time, and I added a little bit more, not broccoli, cauliflower this time, so it may make just a little bit more. I added an additional cup of cauliflower from what I had in the last batch. So a cup of chopped cauliflower. So what that will equate to in liquid form, I'm not really sure. I don't know what the conversion is for chopped cauliflower to liquefied, but certainly it's not nothing. When we're finished with this, we're going to do the tuna pasta. Actually, should I bake some cookies first? I feel like I should bake some cookies first, because then they'll have time to cool. That would probably be ideal. 17.2. Each of these containers I filled just slightly more than the last one. Or the containers weigh different weights, but they shouldn't. They're all pretty much exactly the same. I mean, they're within 1/10 of an ounce of each other, I would imagine. And I don't have enough here to make that much of a difference in the final volume. If I'm saying that a medium head of chopped cauliflower makes 7 to 8 cups, then we need to be a little bit liberal on what the serving size is going to look like of this. So I would say this makes about 4 2-cup servings, because each of these is roughly 2 cups filled all the way to the top, which these are not quite filled all the way to the top. Oh, I didn't weigh this one. 9.7. Okay. Great. So that, yeah, 4 2-cup servings. That's about accurate. This is good. I'm very happy with how this turned out. I'm probably going to test this one more time. I might test this. I'll probably test this over the weekend offline, just to do it. I'm going to freeze these soups because I think we're going to do the pasta for dinner, the tuna pasta for dinner tonight. But I'm happy with how this turned out. I would probably say let's do a couple like final notes here. For blending this, what I'm going to say is if you have like a Vitamix or something that you want to use, I would use that. I'm going to say to use the immersion blender in here because that really embodies like the one pot ethos of this dish, and sort of keeps you from having to clean a blender, right? But for me, I like my pureed soups a little bit more pureed than I could ever get them with an immersion blender. So, I'm going to say, you know, if you have a Vitamix, better. Immersion longer equals smoother. But longer blend with the immersion blender only equals smoother, like up to a point. Like you could blend this there's a point of where it becomes not worth it anymore. So, you know, could you stand there and blend it with an immersion blender for 20 minutes? Yes. Would it be smoother? Yes. Is it worth it to do that just for the texture? I don't know. Like, you tell me. If you have sensory issues around texture, maybe it is. If not, I don't think it is. I think that like 3 to 5 minutes is perfectly fine for this. The other note that I would say here is if you want your soup to be like, this is a thick soup, like a thick sort of textured soup. If you want it to be thinner, add more broth. Don't even add more broth because I'm calling for a box of broth. I would just say to add like a cup of water to this if you want it to be thinner. That's it. If you're an obsessively smooth soup person, just get a Vitamix. Right. If you're an obsessively smooth soup person, you probably know that about yourself already. And the moment you saw the word immersion blender in the recipe, you're like, no way. Because that's me. That's me. I don't ever use an immersion blender to blend my soup. Because it's not good. It's not as good. It's not as smooth. That's it. A tomato soup recipe that I have, you know, I think I called for blending that in a blender for like fucking 4 minutes, like a Vitamix blender. See? Exactly. I'm always going to put my soup in a blender, even when it's detrimental to my physical safety. The thing, fellows, now that I have one, I don't mind using it. Right. And the thing is that when you pour the soup in a blender, it's a ton of it's a lot of extra effort. Tasty pen cap. It's just a lot of extra effort. That's it. It's not a lot of extra effort, but it's some additional effort that if you don't really care that much about the texture, it's fine. Immersion blender is great. And that's why I'm calling for it, because I want this to be a one pot, like, easy thing. And they're also like, they're super easy to clean. You know, you just like, you rinse them off. You put them in some hot water and you turn them on for 10 seconds. Hot soapy water, and you turn them on for 10 seconds and then it's clean. That's it. Easy and ready to go. Okay, let's bake some cookies. I think I want to bake some cookies before we make this tuna. Because the cookies have been in there for a while now, right? What time did I put those cookies in there? It is 4:25. It took me an hour to make that soup. I put we're gonna make the first batch of cookies. That's what we're gonna do. So the ones that have been in here the longest, oh yeah, these are solid. Those are shortbread solid. So are the other ones, but they're not quite there yet. Well, they might be. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, I'm going to put these in the refrigerator to cool down. I'm not going to freeze them straight away, but we'll put them in there to cool down. And soup. I have the oven on already. Perfect. I can't believe I went as long as I did without an immersion blender. They're more convenient and easier to use. Totally. The only hang up I would say, like with an immersion blender, that soup is great. The texture of that is great. If I'm making it for myself from that recipe, I'm gonna put it in a Vitamix because I just prefer it. That's all. Because it gets it smoother. Just straight up, it makes it smoother. The only thing that I really would never use an immersion blender for is something that had tomato skins in it. At least not the blender that I have. The one that I have is not powerful enough to get through tomato skins. It just like they get gunked up on in the blade, and I don't love that about it. So for me, that's really the only limitation. Anything with skin, the blender is like just not going to be able to handle very well. But other than that, I mean, for like that soup, it's onions. It's blending onions and cauliflower and beans. And like beans have some skin on them too, but it's like they're canned beans. They've been soaking in liquid for I don't know how long. That can of beans has been in my cabinet for several months. That specific one, and I know this because I went to go do like my shopping list for this week, and I was like, oh, like let me shop from my pantry first to see if I have any of these ingredients, and I didn't think I had the beans, but I was like, I swear I saw some beans in here, and I like, pushed the cans to the side and peered into the back, and I was like, there they are. So anyway, those beans are a little older. Those beans are slightly older than normal, but they're still fine. Okay, I need to get a plate here. These cookies get cut. No, well, first they get basted with an egg, like a blended up egg. Then they get rolled in sugar, and then you cut them and bake them. It says to put them on a sheet pan with parchment paper. I've never actually made them on the silicone mats before. But I'm going to use the silicone mats because they're easier, and I'm just not feeling it. I'm not because I want to. Anyway, these also don't spread very much, so I'm making 24 cookies. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I'm not going to fit 24 cookies on this tray. Who am I kidding? Lou, don't do that. That's silly. You're not going to do that. Let's check the ovens at the right temperature. 350, 350, 365. Close enough. It is my oven's a little bit, as I've stated, I don't know, conservatively 100 times on this stream. The oven isn't calibrated, and I feel like it's not always at the right temperature. So we're going to let it be at 365. So we're getting our station ready here. So we're going to egg wash, sugar, cut, tray. Egg wash. Let's do the egg wash in a bowl, and so that. Where is my sugar? I got it out earlier. Where did it go? I think I put it away. When I put the stuff back in the cabinet, I was like, oh, I'm done with this now. Did I put it away? Did I even get it out? Yes. Do I even have it? Sub question. Oh, I didn't even get it out. Okay, that's fun. Oh, you know what we're gonna do? Let's do a mix. We're gonna do a mix of sugar here. We're gonna do a mix of this turbinado, like cane sugar, and the white sparkling sprinkly sugar, because it's fun and seasonal. Okay, let's get those open now. I'm not going to put those, if I was making like a bunch of these logs, I would probably just like spread it out on the plate here. I'm only doing 2. I might do 3. I'll probably do 3. But I'm just going to like sprinkle it over the log as we kind of get it done. So, let's get our egg. I'm going to leave that out. I might need a second egg. I doubt it, but you never know. Okay. But I want to make these before the tuna, because we're going to do the tuna for dinner. So I kind of want the tuna to be like the tuna pasta to be last, because it'll be closer to dinner time. I really changed the way that I thought stream was going to go today. The order of things is not at all how it went, but I feel better about how it did go, at least so far. Talk to me at the end. Okay. Brush the outside of the logs with the beaten egg. Roll them in the sugar. Slice each log into 1/2 inch thick rounds. Place them on a prepared baking sheet about 1 inch apart. They won't spread much. And sprinkle with flaky salt. Salt! The salt. I have made these cookies twice. No, I mean, I've made these cookies probably 20 to 30 times. Somewhere in there, lifetime. Got the cookbook in 2017. I've made them 2 times and forgotten to put the salt on top of them. And when I tell you that they're when you don't put the salt on top, they're sad. And they're not inedible, but you eat them and you feel sorrow. They're like joyless cookies. Joyless. Pure, they're bereft of joy without the salt on top. It literally makes the difference on the cookie. It's probably why salted is the first word in the title of the cookie. And you can't save them after, Mike. Exactly, because the salt like gets attached. You like tap the salt in. You give it a little tap. The other thing I know that I need for this is a sharp knife, which I don't have. So I haven't sharpened my knives in a few months, and I'm going to take the sharpest one I have and give it a little hone. I love the mayo. No mayo. They are good for making mayonnaise, though, Uncommon. You're not wrong. They're really they're the best tool for making mayonnaise. That is no lies detected. I remember the first time I made them, the first time I made these cookies that I forgot the salt, I made them for other people. And I served them and like we were eating them and I was like, what happened? Why are these so awful? Like, it just didn't dawn on me as to why exactly they were just not great until like I had a couple and I kept saying the name of them. And then I was like, wait, salted butter and chocolate chunk shortbread cookies. Oh, right. Why do they taste like shit? Because I forgot to salt them. Right. Okay, good. Glad we have that. Glad we have that established and locked in. Okay, speaking of locked in. Get this mat under my cutting board. Or else I'm going to be sliding all over the place. Uncommon, I feel like I just sharpened them too, but like that's how it goes with knives. You just have to continuously sharpen them. And then you're like, you know, eventually you get into a rhythm. But the last time I sharpened knives on stream, I was sharpening my friend Drew's knives. So I don't think I've sharpened mine since June, maybe before then. It's been a while. They are not sharp. And I can feel that they're not sharp when I'm using them because they do not cut adequately. But I did do a sharpening stream and I sharpened my friend's knives, which was nice of me and also not beneficial to me. Okay, so here's what we do. We're going to coat the outside of this with an egg wash. And I have a glove on. I'm just wearing one glove. I'm going to try to keep a clean holding hand and a working hand here. That's the goal. So we have a holding hand. So we're going to take that and we're going to sprinkle some. Whoop! We're going to sprinkle a lot of the sugar over the top. I'm going to roll it. I feel like I'm wasting less than if I just poured all the sugar on the plate when I do it like this. The next one I'll roll a little bit and then we'll sprinkle. Okay, so I'm going to add a little bit of my shiny sparkly sugar. Okay, and now we need, so I'm going to kind of transfer this to the plate. And then I am not going to cut this the way I would normally cut things. Let's see, I want about 12 cookies from here. So I have 6, and then 3, and then 3. I'm just putting some like markings on here. So I have 1. Normally, I would just go ahead and like cut from the center. But for this, I want to, for this, I'm going to cut, I wanted to measure out from the center so I know that this is like evenly spaced. But I want to cut from an edge here. And I want to go straight through. But then I don't want to take the cookie off the end because I realize, not I realize, but in having done this a couple times, I realize when I take the cookie off the end, they crumble easier. The pressure of having like a couple cookies pressing in from the outside helps with keeping them in one piece. Because they're shortbread and they can crumble, they can kind of fall apart. Now that's too much to hold there. So we're going to do, I should have 12 cookies. So 4, 8, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. And then I'm going to cut these last ones. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Okay, so we have our chocolate chunk. And they look, you know, when you cut them like this, they still look, some of them sort of look like chunk. Although this one has a nice like cross section of a drop in there. Okay, salt. A little bit of salt all around the top of each one. Now, the thing that I do love about these cookies is they're really they're very uniform. And too much salt is also not great. So some of these, let's kind of, yeah, I'm going to spread this out too. You don't really want the salt in the center, just piled in the center. Spreading it to the edge is ideal. Okay, these are just about ready. And I'm kind of tapping the salt just a little bit. I'm not like pressing it. But this is where we're at. Here's the cookies pre-oven. You can see the outside. The outside is covered in sugar. The top is salted. And they're looking all right. Bake until the edges are just beginning to brown, 12 to 15 minutes. Let cool slightly before eating them. Doesn't say anything about rotating the tray. Doesn't say anything about rotating the tray. So let's pop those into the oven. We'll set a timer for 12 minutes. And we'll start. And now let's get my next tray ready to go. These cookies work really well when you have sort of like an assembly line process. Like if I wanted to cook all of these right now, it would be really, really straightforward and easy. The work here, the most work for these is making them into these, turning them into the rolls. So it's why when I know I'm going to make these, I don't just make one batch. I like making multiple batches because the other part of these is you can freeze these. I have frozen these for up to a year. The recipe says you can freeze them for a month. That is true. You can freeze them for just a month if you want. I have pulled these out of the freezer before after definitely a year, and they were fine. They were a little dry, but they were fine, generally speaking. Okay. Next round. Again, just egg wash. Egg wash up the outside. Turn this one over. Now I put them in the deep freezer, not in like the upstairs freezer where the temperature sort of varies because it gets left open sometimes because I move things in and out of it. Whatever. The basement freezer, the chest freezer, like stuff that's in there when it's frozen, it stays frozen. So, caveat, I would probably not store these in my upstairs freezer for a year. Also, I didn't mean to store them for a year. I didn't realize they were in there. I was cleaning out the freezer and I was like, oh, there's a log of cookies in here. Let's bake them. And then I had to think about when they were from, because I didn't date them. All right. Adding all of our sugar. Nicely sugared around the outside with 2 different types of sugar. I'm going to kind of press this in a little bit. Okay. And then we have, let's do our scoring. So there's 6 per side. 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're scored. All right, we're gonna do just straight through cut here. Now, when I say that I do these, when I hold these, this is what I'm talking about. Would you egg and salt? No, Mike, definitely not. So the egg and salt, that part comes right before you cook, no matter what. Okay, so instead of taking this piece off and like laying it to the side and then cutting, I'm using it to hold this other piece on, and it sort of holds it together. Because the shortbread can fall apart. So I'm sort of pressing in from this side and cutting in a one sort of smooth motion. I'm going to take these off the edge here. Yeah, Mike, the egg and sugar is right before baking, sort of no matter when you bake. So let me show you. See if I can I'll give you an example here. Let's take these and set them to the side for a second. So if I cut this just as it is, sort of without holding anything, this one might not be a good example. I don't know. These might be, yeah. But this one, see how this started to fall? This one started to fall apart at the bottom, like a piece sort of flaked off of there. If I was holding that together, it would have just stayed stuck on there and not gotten left on the cutting board. So that's what I mean when I say I cut them like this, because it holds those little flaky pieces on just long enough for them to stay stuck. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Great. All right, that doesn't go in the compost. That goes here. Okay, so we have 24 of these. I think that'll be enough. And if we want more, they're easy to bake, and I have them in the fridge. Like, they're ready. They're ready to go. They are slabs, Tatsu. They're the good type of slabs. Whoa, knife down. Okay, there we go. I've got 6 minutes to go with the ones that are in the oven. So we're moving along. These are pretty quick to process. I could fit salt. I could fit more of these on a tray. Pretty sure. Like, they don't really spread hardly at all. I could probably fit one batch of these on one of the larger full-size sheet pans. These that I'm using are half sheet pans. These are the standard sort of like kitchen size sheet pans that most people would be using. The full-size ones are the ones I usually use for Cookie Club. But these are my everyday usage sheet pans, which is why they are the color that they are, because they don't get treated. These do not get treated nicely. Okay, this is ready to go. We're ready here. Finished with our sugars. Finished with our eggs and all that. What's that?
I said I'm home, obviously.
Yeah. Hello. Gwen's home now. You okay?
Yeah.
You look like you've been shot at. I mean, not literally, but
Another day at the office.
another day in the mines. Yeah. Well, I have some cookies about to come out of the oven that you might like.
Yeah.
About to come out
I have
in
to take a shower.
in 4 minutes. Well, here, what time are you leaving? 6, 5, 40.
Even at 7. There's a
At 7.
attorney
Attorney. We don't like to pay for it.
in this group I'm in. That's it's a 6 that I want to listen to. So
You have a call with an attorney at 6 p.m. Group chat that you're in. Do I need to be worried? She didn't say yes. She didn't say no immediately.
it's Philadelphia landlords.
Oh,
or
okay.
Whatever. Oh,
Whatever.
they know we're-
Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, these cookies will be out of the oven in 4 minutes and ready to eat in 10 minutes from now. And at any point past that in time, you're welcome to have as many as you want, because I'm making them for you.
Yeah. Wow. You can have my shower. And I'll do that.
Okay. Well, enjoy. Alrighty. Well, let's clean up the counter a little bit. While we're waiting for these to cycle through the oven, I got 3 minutes left. Now I have 3 minutes left until I'm going to check them. They might have 3 minutes more past that. I don't know, because I'm not sure. But let's see. Can I see in here? Yes, they're starting to look good. They're sizzling on the outside in some spots. They're the exact same size and shape that they were. a few minutes when I put them in the oven, which is to be expected. They're shortbread. They don't change very much. We're going to clear off the counter. When I pull these out of the oven, I'm going to do my prep for the next phase here. No, when I pull these out of the oven, we're going to take a 3-minute break while I clean up in the sink, because we're between dishes here. I want to have I want to clear out the sink before I start making dinner. So I didn't do anything with that. No. In the interim, let's clear up the counter a little bit. This I need for, whoop, nope, leave that back there. These go over here because I'm gonna need them in a moment. Timer is counting. Okay. Wipe the sugar, flour, all the little stuff off the counter here, and then we'll wipe clean. Let me get out my drying, or not drying, the wire racks. For cooling. These should be ready. They do need to cool down a little bit. When you take them out of the oven right away, like right straight out of the oven, these cookies are still pretty soft. They actually, when they cool to like a little below room temperature, not a little below, when they cool completely, they firm up quite a bit. So you can't really eat them directly out of the oven. If you eat them directly out of the oven, they're still just like, they just fall apart on you. But pretty shortly after cooling down, they're ready to go. So we're gonna take these. We're gonna take a look at these. I got 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, stop. Up to 3 more minutes here. These might need. I'm going to take a look. I want these to be, what are the note on here? Until the edges are just beginning to brown. I would say the edges of these are just beginning to brown. One full hour, or was it 55 minutes?
No, I set a timer for an hour at like,
Okay.
I think at 5:20.
I'm going to give these another minute. One more minute. Okay. Okay. Cool. Great. One more minute for those, and we'll be ready. Yes. They go from like finished and perfect to overdone in like a minute. So they are a little touchy at the end, but really that's
Smells good.
really that's not a bad thing. 20 seconds. So the next batch I'll just put in for 13 minutes. I've cooked these for longer before. But I put my oven up at 365 instead of 350. So they're about there. These are edges beginning to brown. Yep. Just. Okay, let's get this batch in. And we're going to set a timer for set my timer here. Okay, timer is set, and we are ready to go. Take a look at these. Here's something fun. They look basically exactly like they did when I put them in the oven. They're just slightly browner. That's it. They're slightly browner. But they look good. They're very uniform. The edges are just beginning to brown. They are a little soft, but they're going to be harder. They'll firm up as they cool down. So we'll let those cool. Ready to go. I put the next batch in. I set a timer for 14 minutes instead of 13. So I feel like I opened. I don't know. I feel like as I looked at these when I came out of the oven, the edges aren't as brown as I think maybe they should be. But I'm gonna let these cool. I think they'll be fine. They'll be fine, sort of, no matter what. They're pure butter. There's, they're basically pure butter and sugar, so I'm not really worried too much about it. Okay, here's what we're gonna do now. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna do the dishes in the sink. I'm gonna put a Game of Words on stream up and run a 3-minute ad on Twitch. If you don't like ads, there's a link to YouTube in the chat. You can go subscribe there. We're live on YouTube on both the horizontal and the vertical streams, and there are no ads on YouTube because the channel's not monetized yet. So I would love it if you would click that link and subscribe on YouTube anyway, even if we're not even if you don't really care about whether you see an ad or not. Anyway, we're gonna play a Game of Words on stream. The Game of Words on stream is gonna be on this screen here. Words is a word puzzle game, much like Scrabble. You see the words at the top, you see the letters at the top, you type words that you can make with those letters in chat, and they get put on the board, and we win as a team, or we don't. But we don't lose, we just don't win. Anyway, Words is also a great way to get your first time chat out of the way. If you're new to stream and you're not really sure what to say, and you don't really want to say hi, and you just want to say something to get it out of the way, great time to do it. I'm also going to switch out my microphone right now because I'm at 5 hours exactly, and I'm aware that my microphone dies at the 5-hour mark. So we're working with a fully fresh microphone now. I'm also going to plug this one in. We're going to run a Game of Words, and we'll be back in about 3 minutes. I'm going to do the dishes in the sink during that time. Again, please go subscribe on YouTube. There's a link to that in chat if you don't want to listen to the Twitch ads. Otherwise, we'll be back in just a few moments. I believe cashew is a word. Here comes a 3-minute ad. We'll be right back.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
I'm going to plug this other microphone in, just in case. I don't know where this one is at charge-wise, but I didn't charge this one before stream today, so it might be a little low. We'll figure it out. Anyway, let's load up the dishwasher with what we can, and then we'll load up the dish pan with the rest, and maybe get through some of those. Maybe get through all of those. That'd be kind of amazing. But not expected. Okay. Okay, dishwasher is loaded with everything that's going in. Normally I would also put my measuring spoons and cups and all that in there, but I'm going to use them again in just a few moments here. So we're not going to do that. I'm going to wash those by hand. Alrighty. We got one more. We got one more. Where is my sponge? There's my sponge. Get in there. I can just finish these dishes before the end. It'd be amazing. Feel like I'm in a...
It's over!
Hey, if you're on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. Nobody likes the ads. I don't like the ads. But two things are true. One, Twitch is going to run ads no matter what we do. And two, it's better when I use them to do dishes and be off camera for a few minutes to take a short little break and catch up with kitchen admin tasks. So thank you for your patience if you're hanging out on Twitch. If you don't like ads and you're like, what the hell's wrong with this guy? You probably left already, so I'm not speaking to you. But if you want to further enhance your viewing experience and benefit to this channel, please go subscribe on YouTube, Command YT in chat. Otherwise, we're finishing this game of words on stream. We have one guess per person left. Get your last guesses in if you're playing. It's almost done. Okay. Very good. Very good. Well, I have to admit to you that I did not finish the dishes this time around, but we came very close. So, it's all good. I didn't have enough people to do the dishes either, so that's a familiar feeling. 5 minutes left on the cookies that are in the oven. They're looking good. Okay, I am gonna close the dishwasher though, so that I don't trip over it. Oh, I didn't wash the teaspoon. I'm definitely gonna need that. So let me. There we go. Okay, that's clean now. Okay, we're back. While we're waiting for the rest of those cookies, the second sheet pan of cookies to finish in the oven, let's look at this recipe, make sure I have everything that I need for it, and then we're going to get started once these are out and cooling on the counter and I no longer have to worry about them and I can focus completely on the making of this tuna john, which is in fact a very straightforward tuna pasta. Not a tuna pasta, it's a pasta with tuna. Yes. Okay, we need olive oil. Thusly. Lemon juice. Thusly. 2 cans of albacore tuna. Drained, it says, but we'll get to that in a moment. 6 medium cloves of garlic, minced. You can also use the garlic press or microplane. I'm just gonna put that down. I'm gonna use the microplane. DJ Harley, I think your guesses are coming in late. Very late. I think you might be behind on the feed, perhaps. I would refresh your browser because you might have like a rather long delay from the broadcast to the what you're seeing. Okay. Dried dill, kosher salt. Where did my salt go? There it is. Okay. Salt, pepper, 1 pound of box spaghetti, 1.5 cups of fresh parsley, chopped. Put the cayenne pepper away because we're done with that. So we're good. We're good to go. Before I start, I'm gonna wait. We're gonna wait 2.5 minutes for those cookies in the oven because when I start prepping, I want to start my timer because I want to make sure I understand like how long it takes to prep things. Cooking is real easy to figure out because it's like you prep. Or because you cook and it's like, well, 5 minutes done, 10 minutes done. Text, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. It's good to see you. Set a large first direction here though. Actually, no, we're just gonna wait. We're literally gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for 2 minutes because I want to get these other cookies out of the oven. That's what I want to wait for. How are these looking? They're definitely looking like cookies. How are these? Oh yeah, those are slightly solid. Yeah, those are browned. Okay. They need to cool. Well, we're waiting. I don't like waiting. I don't like being idle. I feel restless when I'm not doing something. Not just on stream, like literally all the time. Just all the time. I'm good at waiting, but I need something to do while I'm waiting, which is why I like grabbed a drink of water. I'm hydrating. The fact that they sell these at Costco for as cheap as they do is the only reason I have like fancy water. Whenever I get a Costco order, I get a box of fancy water too. It's so refreshing. Don't drink this when you're working out, though. Not good. And it's great. It hydrates you, but then you get all belchy. I know this from direct recent experience. Okay. Timer just went off. I'm going to check these. Yeah, these are just starting to get browned around the foot so they can come out. Are they? Yeah. See, it's hard because the sugar is also brown. And so the sugar is brown. And so I'm like, is it the sugar that I'm seeing or what? Let's try. I want to try one of these from this tray. Yeah, this tray is fine and fine. This tray is cooled enough. Now, the other reason these might not be brown around the feet is because I did not use parchment paper. So it heats a little differently when they're not on parchment. which I'm aware of because they are slightly stickier to the tray, which is fine. Just need to make sure to, just need to scrape them off a little bit more. Some of them are. Okay. And I think I would recommend, I if I'm kind of in retrospect, I don't think I've ever made these on the silicone mats before, and I think I probably would moving forward. Anyway, this is what these cookies look like. Ooh, that one tray is hot. Let's not mess with it. This is what they look like when they're completely finished. Whoa, what did I just change? Oh, hold on. Let's not do that. There we go. Hold on. Hold on. I have to zoom out because I got to see. No, that's, see, I changed the white balance instead of the zoom. Too cold. Too. All right, that seems about right. Does this look good? Did you use the mixer? I did. Is the dough too dry? No. The dough seems fine. Here's the bottom. Little brown around the edges. Sides. Salty top. Inside. One more. Fuck, that's good. These could have cooked for like a minute longer. It was just slightly soft from the inside, which is fine. They could have cooked for longer. Should they? No. The second batch I did cook for a minute longer. What was the egg wash do? The egg wash, it does help with browning. The browning around the outside. But it also, in this case, makes the sugar stick. So you wash them with the egg, and then you roll them in sugar. So it's really, primarily, I would say, in this situation, the egg wash is for the sugar. It does brown though. Oh my God. Let me eat another one of these. These are really good. We went to the cookie thing, not this past weekend, but the weekend before. The one that I was gonna stream, but wasn't able to. Because, whatever. Because we won't get into it. Because I'll get upset and angry about it. Anyway. There was a version of these. They were the exact same thing. They were just slightly larger. And Gwen said they were really good. And I'm curious. I didn't have one. I bought some for her and she ate them all. I bought a bunch. And I really wanted one myself. But then she ate them all. Because I told them they were for her. So it's fine. But I'm curious how these stack up. Proteins are the glue. Yeah. Yeah. I'm thinking, I'm considering what totally different recipe. The one that is the flax bar recipe that I've been working on. The version that I made fell apart a lot. It was very crumbly. And I'm wondering if adding an egg to it would help. I know it would help, but I'm wondering if there's other solutions to it. I need to workshop it. I have on my list of things to do to text my friend Megan and be like, hey, can you give me some advice on this? Excuse me, professional baker friend. I have a baking question for you. And direct access to your text messages. No rush. So fluffy. The Nanaimo bars. Nanaimo? I've seen that word so many times and I never know how to say it. Because I only ever see it in print. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that word out loud. Avery Rook, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. We are catching up. Nanaimo. So way number 1, Nanaimo. Way number 2, Nanaimo. Way number 3, Nanaimo. Nanaimo. Nanaimo bars. Nanaimo bars. Okay. Got it. It's not Nanaimo? That sounds like a Korn song. If you know the one I'm talking about, you definitely. If you know the one I'm talking about, it's playing in your head right now and you kind of hate me for it. I think it's Freak on a Leash. Search continues. Will I remember this later? No, I will not. Let's make tuna pasta. It's 6 p.m. my time, and I'm gonna make dinner because we're ready for it. Okay. Well, we have our cookies. They're good. They're ready. Can I touch this sheet pan? Yes, I can. Let's put all the cookies on one sheet pan. When I was like, "Hey, we're gonna make this tuna pasta," and then I immediately did not do that. I immediately was like, "There's too much stuff on the counter. Let's move things. Let's clear the counter just a little bit. Constantly clearing the counter." There should be a counter for that. Clears counter. It would be multiple times a stream. In the hundreds. For sure. Lizzie, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. I hope it's been a good one for you. I hope it will continue to be a good one until it's over. And if it hasn't been a good one, it will end. As they usually do. The days do usually end. So, the chocolate shortbread cookies. So good. And easy to bake too. I love, my favorite thing about these is they're so easy to portion and put on a tray because they literally don't spread at all. Like you could just put I could easily put all of these on the same tray. I just did. They don't spread any farther than this. What would be... Stop it. Did y'all see what I was about to do? I was about to organize them on the tray and see what the breakdown of like X by X would be. Don't need to do that. Not necessary. Right. What I do need to do is make this tuna pasta. That's the next goal. Do it. Don't encourage me. Don't encourage me. I do want to know though. Like I want to know. Let's see. 24 in a tray. 1, 2, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. 4 by 6. Yeah, 4 by 6. 4 by 6. I can do math. Okay. Oh, we had a cat. I saw a cat enter the room. Where did it go? We got one. Ah. Cat. Got a cat on stream. Oh, the hallway pooper is here. Hey, raise your paw if you haven't learned how to use the litter box properly. Yes, this one. Raise your paw if you can't figure out where to put your poop. Me. Who likes to poop in the corner of the hallway? Me. Who likes to poop behind things? Me. Who doesn't know how to use the litter box? Me. Who's a cute baby anyway? Me. See, I don't mind kissing his paws because I know that they're not touching the litter. Yeah, cats have, you know, when their environment is disturbed, their behavior changes. Like there's foster kittens downstairs. He was fine in a litter box for a while. And then the foster kittens came. Well, we went on vacation and he was not, we weren't here for 2 weeks. And then we got foster kittens and I think he's just protesting. I don't know. But baby boy doesn't like using the litter box. He's very sweet though. He's very sweet, aren't you, babe? Okay. Well, we've seen Elsie, and we've seen Elsie. Yeah, we've seen Elsie and we've seen Ash today. We've seen Daisy coming around. She's still around. Hi, babe. I see you too. Yes. We have not seen Obi today. It is unlikely that we will see Obi. He's very reclusive. Okay, you getting down? Daisy left the room. Now he wants freedom. Okay. Let me wash my hands. Obi is a proximal cat. It is how I have been referring to him. And when I say that, what I mean is that he likes to be near you. He likes to be in your proximity, but he doesn't really want you to interact. He likes kind words. He likes when you tell him he's handsome. I mean, who doesn't really? He likes when you like speak nicely to him. He even likes when you give him like a little, like when you walk up and you show him your hands and you give him like a couple little scritches and then you stop. He doesn't like bite. He doesn't like get upset. If you ask for more, if you like continue petting him, he just kind of gets up and walks away. So he just likes being around. He'll sit nearby. He'll sit like on the other side of the room and be like very content. He'll loaf and just chill. He is funny because I think he takes his cues from Daisy, because she's very much like that, and the two of them hang out all the time. The team orange in the house is Daisy and Obi, and they're always near each other. They nap together. They nap together. They sit together. They interact. Generally, it's very cute. It's very cute. Okay, let's prep for this tuna situation. Or like, just make it. There's no prepping. There's like, everything kind of happens at once. So I'm going to read through the recipe first to make sure that there's no like gotchas or things that I want to change the order of or reword before we get started. 3 steps, 3 easy steps. Prep the sauce. We didn't update the menu. It is not right. It is not right. Hold on. We got it. See, I am gonna 5.5 hours. Oh, it's only been a couple. What did we make today? Cauliflower soup. Okay. Okay. Menu. Hold on. I'm gonna hit save. There it is. Okay. The menu command should work now. For all of your menu inquiry needs. Don't forget the step where you let the cat taste the tuna. I know, right? Cat mouth adds the secret flavor in the dish. Yikes. Which part is for dinner? The tuna pasta is for dinner tonight. The soup we're gonna freeze. The soup recipe isn't. I still want to test it one more time. If the tuna pasta recipe comes together, I made some changes to it from what I made some changes to volume of ingredients from the first time I did this. So I think this will be a better version. But the soup I do want to test. I think I do want to test one more time. So not that is relevant for dinner tonight, but Calvin is going to want the tuna pasta for dinner. I might eat the soup. We'll see. I liked the soup, and I had leftover tuna pasta last night. So anyway, ingredients: 3/4 cup of olive oil, 1/4 cup of lemon juice. That changed from the initial. It wasn't lemony enough for me the first time around. So I added an additional tablespoon of lemon juice. Phyllis, I hope you are enjoying your lunch. 2 cans of tuna, drained, albacore tuna specifically. 6 medium cloves of garlic minced, about 1 tablespoon. 1 teaspoon of dried dill. 1 teaspoon of kosher salt. 1 teaspoon of ground black pepper. 1 pound of boxed spaghetti. 1.5 cups of fresh chopped parsley. Fresh parsley chopped is what I said. So changes from the first, changes from the initial. I added more lemon juice. I added more lemon juice. I added more parsley. Does it. Prep the sauce. Set a large pot of salted water on high. Into a large heat-proof bowl that can fit over the top of the pot without falling in. Add all ingredients except the pasta and parsley. Let the bowl heat, stirring occasionally while the water comes to a boil. Step 2. Cook the pasta. When the water boils, set the sauce bowl aside and cook pasta per the manufacturer's directions. Drain pasta, reserving 1 cup of the cooking water. Combine the bowl ingredients, pasta, and reserved pasta water in pot, stirring until well coated. Stir in the fresh parsley and serve hot. Actually, here's what I want. Return pot to stove over medium heat. I want medium heat because I want the water to, I want to cook. I want things to sort of emulsify together as much as possible. Stirring until well coated. Stir in the fresh parsley and serve hot. Liz says parsley hates me. Fortunately for you, this recipe is flexible in the sense that I just want you to add fresh herbs at the end. I don't really care what herbs those are. So parsley would be my choice because it's like a sort of a classic, a classic like seafood lemon parsley situation. But dill would be excellent here. Fresh dill would be excellent. You could definitely add basil to this. Oregano would be good. Any of those like green Italian or green like Italian sauce herbs would be pretty solid here. We're gonna take all this cast iron off the stove though, and move it so that I can cook on the big burner because I do want my pot of water to be I want this to boil quickly. Okay. Let bowl heat over water. So I want the bowl to be able to fit over the pot without falling in or touching the water. The water. I do not want it to touch the water. So let's just start with that. Big pot, big bowl, sitting on top. Easy. Okay, let's start my prep / cook timer, whatever, and get started. I'm gonna fill this pot and salt it. Does the manufacturer have any directions about that? Bring 4 to 6 quarts of water to a boil, add salt to taste. Well, I don't generally love drinking salty water, so I don't know what salt to taste means, but we'll figure it out. I know what they mean, like, in general, but I feel like if they're saying 4 to 6 quarts of water, they should also tell you a volume of salt to add. Because, like, to taste is very subjective here. Anyway, I'm just being nitpicky. Because that's what we're doing right now. We're picking things apart. This is just about full. Okay. Let's make sure this doesn't touch the bottom of the bowl. It does not. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're heating that. It's coming to a boil. Let's get our stuff together here. First, let's add our olive oil and our lemon juice to this pan. Let's do, so we need 3/4 cups of olive oil. So everything is going in this bowl to start. 1, 2, 3/4 cups of olive oil, plus like a little extra because I didn't fill those completely and some of those didn't. Yeah, whatever. Because a little extra, obviously. 1/4 cup of lemon juice. Now this is from concentrate with added ingredients. So I probably should note that that's what I'm using. Bellis, you're almost there. Almost to the melting point. Just in time for it to drop overnight, right? Add all ingredients except the pasta and parsley. So we're just going to put these now. So we have our garlic, olive oil, lemon juice, two cans of tuna. We're going to drain these. It says do not drain on the lid of these, and I can't fathom why. Like, why would you not? Would you like? Maybe it's because when you mix it up, it's supposed to like rehydrate it or something. Have you ever not drained a can of tuna? Like, is that normal? Am I the one that is weird about this? I always drain my tuna, but is that a common thing? I feel like I don't recall seeing on cans of tuna a note that says do not drain. That feels weird to me. If it's in olive oil, then no. I mean, this is in... That's it. It just says tuna and salt. Contains fish, tuna. It doesn't even say that it's in water. Tuna cans say do not drain for specific brands that pack their fish with only natural juices and oils, not added water or broth, meaning the liquid is rich in flavor, nutrients like omega-3 and moisture. Good to know. Okay, so I think that is honestly worth... I've never seen that. I've never seen or heard that before. That's not to say that it's wrong. It's just that I haven't been exposed to it. Interesting. I think my note on here would be then if it says do not drain, then don't drain it. Like, I looked at the ingredient label after this and it doesn't say packed in anything. So I think you're right. They probably just packed it without maybe any liquid, and it is like sort of the natural what came out of the fish. Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, we're gonna put that back over the burner. So I keep on putting my bowl back on the burner because that's like what I want. The can usually says tuna in water and tuna in oil. Yeah, and I almost always avoid the ones that are in oil. I like the ones that are like unseasoned in water only. That's usually how I prefer them. 6 medium garlic cloves minced. Get my garlic tube out. Chef Alex, welcome in. Howdy indeed. They want you to mix it all together. Okay, and I do want that. So I have made a grievous error by draining these. See what happens? I looked at it and I was like, do not drain. Whatever. Who says that? And then didn't think anything else about it. Yeah. This is also like, I don't know, maybe it's fancier tuna. Maybe it's fancier tuna. I think that's probably it. I got the one that was like, I got the cheaper one in the store, but it was like, you know, line pole and line caught, like sustainable fishery, all of the things. All of the things. Knives out indeed. I hope as soon as you said that, I was looking around. I was like, do I have a knife out? I don't. Do I? My son went to cooking camp this past summer, and one of the days he came back from camp, and I was just like streaming and chatting and like not paying attention, and he came up and like on the counter he like turned my knife so that the blade faced the correct way, and I was like, damn, you learned some shit. Which I thought was pretty funny. Okay, so I'm just gonna leave the ends on here because I'm gonna microplane these, and then like when I get to the bottom when my fingers are like, ow, don't hurt me, I'm just gonna like take the nub and be done with it. It's a real problematic fish fishing wise. And I always try to buy the like, specifically with tuna, I try to buy the more ecologically friendly variant of tuna, whatever that might be. Now there's some, to be fair, and to be fair to my wallet, there are some brands that are prohibitively expensive that seem like they are better ecology wise. Economy wise, I try to find the ones that are like within the reasonable budget, but also like, not like the top of the line fanciest possible tuna I can find. Hey bot, thank you for the note. I should note, because I haven't yet today, that follows are silent if you follow the stream. There's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages, and I will not acknowledge you until you say hi in chat first. I am a big fan of lurking, and I appreciate lurkers who like to hang out here. And if you're the type of person who doesn't like to be perceived, especially when you follow a new to you streamer or new channel, that is me. I won't follow anyone new until I know exactly what happens when someone follows, because I do not want to be subject to bells and whistles and interrogation. Anyway, follows are silent. If you're lurking here and you're not following currently, please feel free to hit the follow button, and you will just follow. There's nothing will happen. And if you want to continue to lurk, go ahead and do that. Just a little housekeeping note. So what we're doing is making a really straightforward no cook sauce for our pasta here. This, I don't even remember when I started making this. This came from one of those things that I like read about at one point. I remember I was reading about like no cook sauces, and I think this is one that I was just like, I bet all this stuff would be good together, and it seemed okay. Okay, so we're waiting for this pot to boil. That's what's Cookie. That's what's happening. Go ahead. Yes. Happy? Good? Okay. I'll try not to eat all of them before you get home. All right. These are good. Oh, there's my bench scraper. I was literally just looking for this. I was like, where did it go? I knew I cleaned it, but I don't know where it went. Okay. So we're finished with the prep for the sauce. Let's give this a little stir. This is almost, our water is almost boiling. The pot here acts like a lid. So what I'm making is basically, I'm heating up everything in this bowl over top of my pasta water as it's coming to heat. Once it is at temperature and it's boiling, I'm going to take the bowl off the top. Often when I'm cooking this, I don't do that. I just turn it down and like let it be at a slow boil. But honestly, you don't need to do that. And I feel like what will happen is if I tell people to hold on, pause. I'm two different things are happening in my brain at once. Teaspoon of dill, teaspoon of salt, teaspoon of pepper. 1, 1, 1. Okay, dill. Great. I feel like what will happen is if I do that and I say like, hey, turn the pot down and, turn the pot down, make sure it doesn't boil over at the edge, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's too many steps, or it's too much. It feels like too much to consider if you're not like, I don't know. It just feels like too much to consider for a really basic recipe. And I don't like need that to happen. So I'm just saying to take the pot off while after the water boils. Okay. Teaspoon of salt, teaspoon of pepper, teaspoon of dill. Stir that in. And then we are finished with our sauce ingredients. That is it. And give this another stir. We're almost boiling. So I'm going to keep a little eye on this here. About 2 minutes to boil here. Man, fellas, that's wild about the lactic acid. Like, I know that they process them pretty quickly. They're also big. You can't really the tuna are huge. Lactic goes out and it gets cut and thrown out as quickly as possible. Wild. I've seen one of my favorite genres of YouTube video is like fish butchery. And like how to cut and clean this fish, how to cut and clean that fish. And the tuna is always being kind of incredible to me. The one thing that I have been fascinated with is the ikejime killing, where they basically so the fish doesn't asphyxiate, they kill it like immediately, and it's supposed to be a lot better both for the fish for not feeling like it's drowning, for lack of a better term, and it causes a lot less stress overall, which ostensibly makes the meat better for like what you're saying. Okay, washing my hands before I cut this parsley. I forget, I was watching a video about it like sometime in the past year or two, recently. And anytime I say recently, I really just mean like recent memory, which is quite a long time. Okay. Oh, paper towels are on the floor. What is down there? What is that? What is that? Okay, let's put this parsley in. We got a cup and a half. We got a cup and a half here. You can teach stuff too. Teaching things is fun. I've had various stages of life where I was responsible for teaching things, and I always enjoy it. I don't think I'd ever want to be an actual teacher, but I do enjoy giving instruction. It's that only child in me. I just like hearing the sound of my own voice telling other people what to do. All right, we're gonna cut this parsley up. At some point, I'm gonna hear that pot sizzle, and that's when we'll know that it's finished. I'm gonna hear the burner because it overboils around the outside. Or I'll catch it right at the moment it boils, but it's more likely that it's gonna boil over underneath that bowl. Okay, so I'm gonna cut about a cup and a half of parsley, and what do we got there? About a half a cup. So double what I just did. So let's get that. This is fresh parsley. Cup and a half. Beautiful. Let's get all that in there. And this can just go back in the fridge. The stems, I'm not adding the stems this time. Just the leaves. I've got a cup and a half. This is ready to go. My water should be boiling. We're at 17 minutes, including the time to boil water. So all of my ingredients are prepped and ready to go. I mean, when I say they're all prepped, I mean like the sauce is literally finished too. We're good. Let's clean my cutting board. Well, first we'll give this another stir. So this sauce is coming together. Yeah, we're at a very low simmer right now. So this is the sauce. Oh, let's not pour that out of the bowl. This is the sauce as it is. It has everything else in here other than the parsley and pasta. It's just heating up, and the dill is rehydrating. The tuna is, I guess, rehydrating. My bowl is still over top of the pot, so it's getting it's coming to a boil. All we have to do is literally cook the spaghetti, drain the spaghetti, mix everything together with a little bit of pasta water, and then mix it with the parsley. So super simple next steps here. Take my cutting board and just brush that off. And we are waiting for water to boil. That's what we're doing. Joe, welcome in. Joe, I hope you're having a good Tuesday. I know Tuesday's a weird one. Tuesday is, generally speaking, my least favorite day of the week. Because it's too early. Wednesday's like, hey, it's the middle of the week. It's great. Thursday's like, hey, it's almost Friday. Amazing. And Friday is obviously, you know, as the kids say, goated among weekdays. But Tuesday's just sort of like, well, Monday was cool. Everyone was laying low because the weekend was just, you know, right there. Tuesday's just like the worst day. I don't know. Tuesday's the Monday of the non-Mondays. Tuesday is the Monday of the non-Mondays. Tuesday when I used to work in like corporate. Tuesday was the day that everyone decided to like give you the shit they were going to give you for the week. Like after the weekend, people come back on Monday, and then they're like, "Hey, can we touch base on Tuesday on that thing?" And you're like, "Sure." And then you have to like talk to some jerk on Tuesday about their problem, and then like Wednesday and Thursday, you know, Wednesday they expect you to solve it, and Thursday they're like, can we follow up on, when can you follow up? And you're like, Thursday, because I don't want to talk to you again on Friday. Yeah. It's just the day that everybody starts needing things. But fortunately for this time of year, if you are in any sort of like corporate job that is tied to like Slack or email, we're firmly in the like, can we get back to that after the holiday feedback? Which is the best. Which is definitely the best. I used to work in a job where the holiday was just like go. It was like, you know, a race. The finish line was December 23rd. Because that's the last day that you can order. December 23rd at like noon. So it's the last day you can order overnight shipping and still get it before Christmas. So I still have a lot of like, about the holiday. But that's okay. We don't do that anymore. Now I'm just about it for all the other reasons, all the normal reasons. Quite literally waiting for water to boil. to cook pasta. So the timing of this recipe is really, the timing is really as long as it takes a pot of water to boil. I could have put less in there and it probably would be boiling already. But I like to fill the pot all the way. I'm one of those folks that like fills the pot all the way up to the top instead of just like a little bit on the bottom. Most tuna is now considered sustainable, Bellis. I didn't know that. That's actually a nice thing to know. Fascinating. It's always wild to me. Like, I remember I'm 41 and I remember being a kid and like, I mean, I don't know if they still do this, if they still talk about like the critically endangered species and all in school. And it's wild because there's like species that have come off the endangered list now. And I feel like, I don't know. I feel like I didn't know, like it's like you never know if they come off. I'd rather not know. To be fair, I'd rather everyone just consider like that, hey, these animals are all still endangered. Because really they all are. We all are, including humans. I don't know if you heard about what's going on in the environment lately. Bella says I used to eat a tuna sandwich every day for lunch through the majority of elementary and middle, and I used to really like tuna sandwiches. Kind of funny. I don't hate it, but I don't need it much and eat it much anymore. I've always been sort of mid on tuna. I never really loved it. I love tuna. My favorite tuna fish sandwich, I guess. I also, when I was a kid, I used to call tuna salad what I would call now tuna salad. Like that to me was always just tuna fish. I didn't know what to call it. I didn't know to call it anything different. My favorite tuna salad has apples in it, and I feel like I never got that unless I made it myself. I like it a little bit sweeter, sort of like chicken salad. Like my favorite chicken salad has grapes. Grapes and tuna don't really do well together. Tuna needs a little bit of like the sour element to it, which is where you usually get like pickles. Yeah, exactly. Pickles or onions. But I feel like an apple has just enough. It's like the balance of sweetness and tart is like really satisfying to me. Okay. We're waiting. Okay, this is about to boil. We're about to tip in. Yeah, an apple, mayonnaise, even like a little pickle relish or something. I love it with like an apple, mayonnaise, maybe like a little bit of celery, but like really finely chopped celery, not like huge chunks. I don't like huge chunks of celery in anything. Soup, salads, none of it. The only time I like huge chunks of celery is when I'm eating it as a whole celery stick. Whole celery stick or nothing. That's my preferred methodology for celery. Okay. Pasta is in at 26 minutes. Let's start a timer for, how long does it say to cook? 10 minutes. Okay. So really, you really need to start. This recipe is basically like, if you can boil It is as long as it takes to boil, water, and cook a pot of pasta is how long this takes. Because you're not cooking the sauce. There's no time to cook the sauce. It all just goes on top. And I guess I should probably stir it in, huh? Yeah, get down there. Get down there below the water line. All right, so I took the bowl of the sauce off. Because that's what I'm calling for. So I'm making it the way I would make it if I was following the directions here. Not necessarily the way I would make it if I was just doing it regular old like. Great. So we're almost there. I'm hungry. Y'all, I ate those 2 cookies and now I'm like, I'm ready for some dinner. Like, I didn't really eat lunch. So I'm like, I had like a little bit of that soup, and now I have a little bit of soup, a little bit of cookie, and now I'm ravenous. Savory Sailor, welcome in. Yeah, Velos, that was like, we knew about the big dangers, right? Like, hey, maybe let's not smoke in the car without seatbelts anymore. Right? But like the mercury in the fish coming up the food chain little by little, subtle. Subtle. You know, I was explaining to Calvin this morning, or maybe yesterday, I don't remember. It was within the past 24 hours. We were talking about pencils, like literally mechanical pencils. And I said something. I was like, oh yeah, like, oh yeah, you know, with that you got to have all the pencil lead. And then I was like, yeah, but it's not even really lead, it's graphite. And he was like, what do you mean? And I was like, yeah, it's not real lead. Like they don't make pencils with lead anymore. And he was like, well, that's what we call it. And I was like, right. But like, we don't use real lead in pencils because it poisons you and makes you die. And so we don't do that anymore, but it's still called lead. And he was like, oh, wow, really? I'm like, yes. It's one of those things where I'm like, when we're talking about like English and language and words, it's like, yeah, like we call it pencil lead, but like, you know, we try not to use lead in things anymore. Okay, I'm just making some notes. Basically, like, hey, let's like use less. Don't fill the pot all the way because then it'll take longer to boil. Savory Sailor says 80s parents didn't buckle their kids in the back seat, but it's not as if it mattered much because they couldn't see you through the cigarette smoke anyhow. Right? Yeah, it's so funny. It's so funny that like that was a fight that people had. Like, we want to be able to not wear a seatbelt. I'm like, okay. Why? What? Like, are you really gonna die on this hill? Is this like, this is the one? This is the fight you're trying to pick? I remember growing up, you could smoke in Friendlies, and there was a whole, in Denny's, and there was like a section in the back with, that wasn't even like, it wasn't even separated. It was just like one of the sections you could smoke in, and it was like the whole place just reeked of cigarette smoke. But you're like, do you want to sit in the non-smoking section? And you're like, kind of, but that's outside. Like, the whole place is kind of the smoking section, right? Like, whatever. Oh my God. Zach, hello. Beth, welcome. Becca Brownie, hello. Lizzie, welcome in. Jamie, hello. Welcome in. Venomous Calshot, nice to see you. Mouthful of turkey squirt. Hello. Well, welcome. Cyber said I spent a lot of my youth in tobacco haze at Waffle House. Destroying Angel, hello. Ashley, welcome in. Y'all who just joined us. What's the most unhinged place that you used to be able to smoke cigarettes back before that wasn't really a thing anymore? They used to allow smoking everywhere. Hospitals, airplanes. I was on the most recent airplane I was on. They were like, this is a no smoking flight. And I was like, no shit. Yup. Becca says the hospital. Oh my God. Right? The doctor's like, you're fine. It's probably okay. Grace, the classroom between classes. Right. You finish it. You're a senior in high school. You're 18. Actually, was it even 18? When did the age change? Restaurants. Yeah. Like I remember that. Like I was saying, the Denny's, the literal Denny's. It was like, dude, the smoking section's over there, and you're like, the whole place just smells like smoke. Bella says, I caught the edge of the no one gave a crap if you smoked in high school. Amazing. Jamie says, I have a picture of my newborn brother next to an ashtray in my mom's hospital room, right? And the newborn was smoking Pall Malls because that was what the doctor said was best for newborns. They used to allow it at all bars. At bars. Yes. I'm young and Australia has really strict anti-smoking laws. Good. I'm on team like, let's keep it outside. My grandfather was a pediatrician. He was one of the driving forces of indoor smoking in West Virginia, for which he got death threats. Obviously. Just like I'm saying with like the seatbelt thing, people were like, we want our rights. And I'm like, but why? The middle of the mall, of course. Just ashing into the fountain. And then there's people who are like, what's a mall? Oh my God. Velos, I know. The youth. Mrs. H says, I used to own a pub in the UK and gave it up with the smoking ban. Yeah, there's still some places. I live in Philadelphia. For those of y'all who are new to the stream. I'm in Philadelphia, and I think there's one, maybe two bars in the city that you can still smoke in. Zupi Gus says, my dad used to smoke at McDonald's. They gave the babies Pall Malls, right? Well, that was only because they were sponsored. Actually, you can't even do it outside of a building on the street where I live. You have to be 5 meters from a building entrance. 5 meters for the American audience here is roughly 15 feet. I think it's a little bit more actually. I sat on my grandma's lap in the driver's seat. Amazing. That is kind of amazing. I worked at a Perkins when there was still a smoking section. Perkins is basically Denny's, right? Denny's, like Bickford's, all that type of like Friendlies, the sort of like slightly upscale diner experience. If I'm correct. You went to a restaurant, the first thing I would ask you is, you like to sit and smoke, and you're not, right? Yes. The weird aluminum ashtrays at fast food places usually have the logo of the place. Yeah, basically a Denny's. Yes. Becca says, I'm in Utah, not many people here smoke. Anyway, so I'm not sure how much of a difference the ban made. Fair. I hear that Utah is a little reserved on the like the generalized consumption of anything, including like tobacco and alcohol. Cracker Barrel. I remember when I went to college, what you could smoke in certain parts of the student union, and they had paper ashtrays that were just like in a stack on the table, and they were just like just filled. Everything was filled. The whole place smelled like cigarettes. You could smoke in the coffee shop on campus that I worked at. It was like the one place you could smoke was in the coffee shop on campus, and like it was unhinged. This guy's sitting here smoking next to me. It's bad for my health. Give me my 15th beer. Totally. Yeah, I feel like bars should be able to apply for at least a variance for it. And like, you know, if you, whatever. They're dens of sin anyway. I don't drink, so I still like going to the bar. Occasionally. I like the vibe. Ponderosa. Holy shit, I haven't thought about Ponderosa since the very last moment that I stepped out of one when I was 10. Bob Evans. Down on the farm, we smoke Winston's. Hey, Zach, thanks for the raid. I hope you're well. I have some pasta cooking on the stove. I'm gonna drain that. We're gonna like mix that. I'm gonna drain that. I'm gonna come back and say hi, tell you a little bit about what we're doing. I'm gonna finish this dinner aspect then. But thanks for bringing friends through. Thank you for indulging me about my smoking question. I haven't like thought about indoor smoking in a long time. Oh man. There's a couple places in Philly that you definitely can. Like there's a cigar bar that you can smoke cigarettes inside of, but they obviously have a variance for smoking. Done. Finished. Oh, turn it off. Okay, we're going to save some of the pasta water. I want to note for all the people who are like, save the pasta water. I'm saving some. Here it is. Here it is. I'm saving it. Okay, let's drain this in the sink.
This is your friendly reminder to save a cup of your pasta water.
Yes. That is a very friendly reminder, actually. Now that I hear it, it is quite friendly. Okay, we're going to drain the pasta. Now, pasta is drained. Friends who just joined us from Zach's stream, thank you. I appreciate it. If you were hanging out here, Zach is a lovely friend of stream, a human who I've met in real life and is as genuinely kind and funny and filled with delicious snark in real life as they come across on stream. So a good follow. I hope you all had a good time over there today. And if you were hanging out here, please go follow Zach. There's a link in chat. It should take you to a link tree. Go follow on YouTube or subscribe. What's the word? Like and subscribe on the YouTube. That's the one that makes the money. Anyway, friends who joined us from Zach's stream, welcome in. I hope that you are well. I hope you had a good time. My name's Lou. I'm a home cook. I'm a recipe developer. I do some recipe testing. I'm a parent. That's where the dad part comes from. I live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they. I'm very happy for y'all to hang out here. Stream is generally all about cooking. We're pretty chatty. We do a lot of recipe development. We do weeknight dinners. We do some baking. We do trip prep and projects, specific projects. We make cookies at least once a month. Sometimes we do get out in the real world. We do IRL stuff in and around Philadelphia, occasionally outside of the city as well. We're very, generally the community here is enthusiastic about the culinary world. There's a little bit of innuendo here. There's a little bit of like, you know, weirdness sometimes. We're kind of weird. We're mostly kind. Definitely a little bit spicy. And it is a safe space to lurk. I should note that follows are silent. If you are the type who likes to lurk, but you're not sure about following new channels, follows are silent. There's no sounds, there's no alerts, there's no chat messages. Nothing happens if you hit the follow button. I won't say hi to you. Please feel free to hit the follow button and enjoy your lurk until you feel like chatting. Whenever that is, today, Thursday, next Tuesday, never, all of that is fine. Anyway, as we get back to cooking dinner, I want to say thanks for coming through and I appreciate you. Have I heard of a butter candle? No, I haven't. Mrs. H, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for the lurk. Catalina, you're cooking duck large. Oh, that felt weird coming out of my mouth. Yup. Anyway, I mentioned innuendo. Did I not? I think I did. That's what we learned about on the ZM channel today. Oh God. Was it informative? Was it informative? We're finishing a recipe today. I have cooked the pasta. I am now going to return the pot to the stove over medium heat. Let's come over to the stove real quick. Look, not only do we have this camera and this camera, hello, but we also have one on the stove. There it is. Oh no, we have a little sketty still in here. Come here, boy. Yeah, okay. Return the pot to the stove over medium heat. Combine the bowl ingredients, pasta, and reserved pasta water in the pot. Okay, so reserved bowl ingredients include all of this lovely goodness. What's in this bowl, you ask? Well, let me tell you. Olive oil, lemon juice, albacore tuna, garlic, dried dill, kosher salt, ground black pepper. Sheesh. All this is going into the pot. This is our sauce. I am going to actually I'm actually going to take a spatula. Where's my spatula? Where is it? There it is. I'm going to take a spatula and get all of this out of here because it's all worth going in the bowl. Now, if I wanted to, I guess I could put the pasta water in here and have that help like rinse things out, but like, I don't want to do that. That's fine. Okay, so that's ready to go. We're going to add that plus our pasta, which I drained as you saw moments ago. And we're going to add 1 cup of the reserved pasta water. Here, that is on the counter over here. I'm going to take a cup and add that into the pan. And I'm going to cook that on medium heat, which is on my stove a 3.5 out of 7. And whoa, we're getting some splashes. We're going to stir this until everything is kind of incorporated. And it looks saucy. But basically, I want this. I'm going to turn this to high. I'm going to turn this to high, and I want this water down. I want this to boil down in the bottom. So we have some. Oh God! You can see the compost bucket. Yikes! I don't want that. It's all like gross vegetable stuff on the floor. It's not gross. It's compost, but like unappetizing. Anyway, I'm going to kind of bring this. I hear some sizzling on this side. Ah, yes, we're sizzling. Okay, so that's good. All right, we're going to stir this in until it's pretty well incorporated. We have a lot of olive oil in here, and so the pasta water is salty, and it's going to help that oil stick. That's the goal. Stick to the noodles. So you can see as I pull the noodles to the side, there's a little less liquid now. It's heating and starting to stick. Still looking pretty good, a little less. But eventually this all comes together. I may need to add less water to this, which is fine. There we go. Now look, as it comes back in slowly. Now there's a lot of oil in here too, so it's a mix of oil which is not going to boil off, and then water which will. So if your tomorrow morning is gonna be negative 32, I want to note for all of y'all who are perhaps new here, that's negative 32 Celsius. That is intolerably cold. That is an intolerably cold temperature. Okay, this is, look at that. Very little, that's just oil, mostly oil coming back in now. I think this recipe has too much oil in it. We're gonna change the amount of oil in here because when I reheated it from the leftovers from last time, it was also a little bit. It was a little bit more oil than I wanted there to be in the leftovers. So there we go. Look at that. Look at where did all the liquid go? All of that is just oil. Okay, this is good. This is good to go. Let's come on back over to the counter here, and we're going to add our... Whoa, hold on. We're going to add our parsley. Parsley. Then we're going to take a picture. I'm going to try it. Okay. Reserving... let's say 3/4 cup of the cooking water, because that was too much. I had to cook too much water out of here. I shouldn't have to have cooked it that long. When you add too much of the pasta water at the end, sometimes it's fine. You can just continue cooking it until it like is gone. But then you run the risk of also overcooking your pasta. So I also want to change this to maybe 2/3 of a cup of olive oil instead of 3/4 of a cup. So like just a little bit less. Because it seems like there's a little bit too much in here. A white Christmas mix. That sounds potentially fun if you're prepared and ready for it. And if you're not, it sounds annoying. I'd be annoyed because I live in the city and I would just be like, oh, it's nice out, but the snow is grimy and awful. Okay, so last step here is mixing in the parsley. And you could mix this in to your individual bowls, but I like just putting it all in the dish and mixing it all together. Because I like when it's kind of in each bite and I don't have to do any extra work. Okay, great. So, this is our final dish. Looks like that in the pot. Pretty good. Let's get this in a bowl. Where's my big fork? I'm like blind to it. I can't see. There it is. Ah, stop it. It's on its side. Move you out of the way. Okay. Yesterday, Calvin was like, I saw in this YouTube video that this like YouTuber chef like plated the pasta and it looked really nice. And I was like, they just used a big fork. And he was like, yeah, but it looked like this. And I was like, they just used a big fork. He was like, but it was in a twist. And I was like, they used a big fork. Like, how did they get it like that? I'm like, they used a big fork. And he was like, well, how come yours doesn't look like that? I was like, because I just used tongs and like slop it into a bowl because I'm not presenting it for your visual pleasure. Like, you want it to look nice? I can make it look nicer than I do. But it just takes some modicum of additional effort, which, like, we're putting pasta on the table. Like, chill out. It ain't that deep. I remember when my dad killed my dreams too, right? Sorry, kid, the magic's over. Okay, let's take a picture of this before I forget. I need a flat wood surface. Pizza peel will do. Okay. Go. Wipe your lens. This is your casual. This is your casual but consistent reminder that when you take a photo with your camera, wipe your lens off because your fingers have touched it. But Lou, I don't think they did. Yes, they did. Your fingers touched it more recently than you think. And if someone else asks you to take their photo, wipe their lens too. And that is how you will be enshrined as having taken a better photo of them than anyone else. Because you took the very simple step of literally wiping their lens for them. I know, I ruined the cookies with the round chips. I ruined the pasta by not serving it in a nice little, nicely twirled way. So Fluff, you have a sliding door camera cover on your phone. That's nice. I would still wipe the lens. I would still wipe the lens because I bet I would smudge it as I opened it. But I can appreciate that it helps keep the lens from scratching, which is also good. Daily when I keep up my snap streaks. Oh my God. Anytime I get a streak on anything on the internet, I intentionally stop it because otherwise the dopamine just claws its way into my brain and it like I have to keep going. Here's what dinner tonight is. This is a bowl of tuna pasta. This has olive oil, a sauce with olive oil and lemon juice, tuna, garlic, dill, salt, pepper, and parsley. And it is just spaghetti. The oil in here is butter, not the oil in here is olive oil, not butter. It also has a bit of the pasta water in it. So hopefully this is good. Hopefully this is replicable. And if it's not, we'll do it again. Not tonight. We could. I could make this again tonight. Yeah, that additional lemon juice in here, so much nicer. So much nicer. I think the key for this one is the cook at the end. Because if you don't cook all of this together, if you don't heat it and stir it, it doesn't emulsify and the sauce doesn't like gel nicely. So medium high heat, stirring to a well coated and thickened. Okay, so what I want you to do at the end of this is stir it until the pasta is well coated and the sauce has thickened. Now, I kind of wish that I had added the tuna, the liquid from the tuna can where it said "do not drain." I'm curious what difference that would have made. But I think in this recipe, I'm going to say if it says to not drain it, to add the liquid. And if it says to drain it, then obviously drain it. A can of tuna in your macaroni and cheese is a thing that I didn't know I loved until the first time I had it. And now I know that I love it. This is quite good. It's not super tuna heavy. It's not like a tuna noodle casserole because it's not. It's not dairy. There's no dairy. There's no dairy in here. Damn. I would add even more lemon to that. If I was just so I've made this myself. I've made this dish for myself or for the house multiple times. I know that I've made it on stream before. I can't tell you when. I don't remember when. I'm positive that I've made this on stream probably years ago. I think for me, there's a balance here because the tuna is good. I want more tuna and more lemon. But I don't want to call for someone to use 3 cans of tuna in a weeknight pasta dish. That feels excessive. 2 feels kind of like a lot. Honestly, 2 is like the minimum. I would say if you love tuna, add more. Because it really kind of, like 2 cans of tuna get lost in a pound of spaghetti. The flavor's there, but if you want like a lot of chunks, then this is not going to be as satisfying. My mother used to screw up boxed mac and cheese. It is possible. Lemon zest at the end if you're being fancy. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I'm not cooking the lemon per se, but I am heating it at the end. Like it's not on the heat for a while. But I'm also saying that you can add a bunch of other stuff to here. If you wanted to add like white beans to this, we're back on the white bean train, always on the white bean train. If you wanted to add white beans to this, like add them in with the sauce, they would be really good. Like additional protein. You could definitely add lemon zest to the end of this. You could add fresh dill to this. I love it with a little bit of crushed red pepper. That is how I like it, like exactly like this, just with a bunch of crushed red pepper in it too. Going back to like we were talking about spicy earlier. Elbow-shaped pasta brings back bad food memories. It's wild how food works like that for folks. Her idea of boxed mac and cheese was cook the hell out of the pasta, add the powdered cheese, add the butter, stir and stuff. She didn't realize we didn't care that she was supposed to add the milk. Oh God, yeah. Gwen always makes boxed mac and cheese, and she doesn't measure anything. And I'm like, how? This is too chaotic for me. It's too chaotic. Like she adds all the stuff, just doesn't measure it. It always turns out fine. It's good. It's really, as long as you put all the ingredients in and like stir it, it's palatable. What you're talking about is literally a missing ingredient and a key one. You know what else I need to do? I needed to rinse that parsley. There's like a slight amount of grit on it. And it's definitely from the parsley. It's not from the tuna. If she had to milk, it would have been tolerable. Right. It would have been ingredient complete. We did good today. I feel happy about where we're at. I have a good next step, kind of good notes for both of these recipes. I feel great about their state, the state of them as they are. Out of the pasta order instead. That works too. The starch is probably helpful in that. Basically overcooked elbow macaroni, goulash, spaghetti sauce, ground beef. Oh my God. I know, right? Gwen's mom makes this pasta dish that to this day, every time she makes it, and I'm at their house, I eat the hell out of it, but I could not tell you what is in it. There's like kidney beans in it. There's like canned tomatoes, multiple types of pasta. It's like, I have no idea what's in it, but every time she makes it and I'm at their house, I eat like a trough of it. Anyway, I think that's why she likes me, because I just eat whatever food is in the fridge. She's like, whenever I'm up there, she's like, well, just go ahead and like look around in the fridge if you want something. And I'm like, done. I got this. And I just go in and like take everything out of their fridge. Make myself leftovers. If someone ever says to me, like, you can just go ahead and like look through the fridge, 100% I will. Like, I will take them at their word if they say go ahead and look through the fridge. If you're ever at my house and I tell you to go look through the fridge, you go right on ahead and do it. I definitely want you to. Okay. We did a lot today. We are we're in a good spot. I want to show you, let's recap, and I'll show you like what we did today. And then we will get out of here. I don't really know where we're going. I'm looking around for where I think we could go next. I think I have an idea. I'm pretty sure I have an idea of where I'd like to go. Someone who I'm okay. Let me show you. Yes. Sorry. I keep closing the friggin' page that I'm trying to look at. I literally keep closing the tab. Annoying. Okay. We got it though. How far in is this person? Oh, not far at all. Okay. Great. I think I know where I'd like to go. Well, let me show you what we did first today. Anyway, other than the pasta, which I have shown, we did that. We did some soup. The soup is chillin'. This is a cauliflower and cannellini bean soup. So we made that. We also made salted butter and chocolate chunk shortbread cookies. They look like this. Gwen had one on her way out the door this evening and made happy noises, which we love to hear. So that was a good thing. The next time that I'll be live is Thursday. I was gonna make cookies on Thursday, but I made them today. So we're gonna do something on Thursday, something food related, I think. I was thinking of making cheese danishes on Tuesday of next week, Liz. That was my plan. Are you question? Are you around on Tuesday? Okay, good. Because if you were like, oh no, I can't, then I might switch gears. I might switch gears anyway. I need to like recalibrate because I was gonna. Oh no, Tuesday I also have to bake some. I have to bake some stuff for, or not bake. I have to make something for Calvin's school. We're gonna make something. Yeah, we're gonna make something for Calvin's school. Anyway, I know where we're going today. We make pizza or tortillas or pita. Tortillas might be an option. Tacos on Thursday might be an option. Let's see. Hold on. Yeah, because I need some Thursday. Okay. Maybe. No promises, but we're gonna write it. I'm gonna write it down. I'm making those chicken pot pie toasts on Thursday. I know I'm making those because I need those for Calvin for school on Friday. We may end up doing Danishes, but I think I'd like to do the Danishes, I think, on Tuesday of next week, because I was thinking I'd like to have something going into the Christmas holiday. I'd like to have a bunch of Danishes to snack on Christmas. Okay, we're going to raid a new to me streamer who I've seen doing food and drink a couple times. I'm not sure if food and drink is their primary objective anymore, but I've seen them doing several food streams now in a row. This person has what tags do they have on the channel? English, casual, ADHD, lurkers welcome, cozy, woman, grub guild, cat cam, and backseating welcome. All good tags. This is we're going to follow going to go to Warzie Blue, WARZIE BLUE. Is there a way in which lurkers aren't welcome? Yes. People who... Wait, did I hit start raid? Oh, I did. Okay, it's like not showing... It's not showing me that I started the thing. It's like, it's literally, it's not... Oh, it's weird. It's not coming up on my thing. Anyway, oh, it's up there. Oh, weird. Okay. Luke, thank you for hanging out today. I appreciate you. It's good to see you. I hope you're having a good week. I hope Tuesday's been kind to you. I hope you, in general, all people. Yeah, calling people out of lurk. Savory Sailor, don't do it. If I'm in your chat and I haven't chatted and you say my name out loud in reference to me being in your chat, there's a 100% chance I will never be in your chat again. Because I will unfollow you. Anyway, a little about me. Lurkers are welcome here. I will never say your name in chat unless you chat first. I should mention that follows are silent. We don't say thank you. Anyway, I hope you all have a good one. Okay, bye. We'll see you on Thursday. Okay, bye.
Eat it, Dads! Oh my god! Eat it, Dads! Welcome in! Hello! How are you this evening? Welcome in, everybody! Yo, if you're not following Eat It Dads, go follow Eat It Dads.